Yes, ladies and gentlemen, we're starting another season of the Lucky Strike program starring... Now, isn't that silly? After all these years, you know who's the star. So let's go out to you-know-whose house in Beverly Hills and... Uh-oh, there's an express truck turning the corner into guess-whose street.
Hey, Joe, whose trunk do we deliver next?
Just a minute, I'll look it up in a book. Oh, well, what do you know? The next trunk goes to the star of the Lucky Strike program.
Who's that?
Who's that? Hyman. Hyman, look at me.
Oh, what's the matter?
Hyman, after all these years, you don't know who?
Well,
For your information, Hyman, the personality of whom you don't know is who happens to be a star of stage, screen, radio, and television, and makes personal appearances all over the world. Paris, France, Amsterdam, Holland, Brussels, Belgium, Glasgow, Scotland. Yeah, and when he was in England, he was one of the biggest sensations to ever appear at the Palladium Theatre in London. He was not only held over for 3 weeks, but every time he walked out on the stage, the audience stood up and cheered.
how you know?
Well, he's got a clipping pasted on a trunk. Now, come on, help me carry this trunk up to the door.
Okay.
How do you do, gentlemen?
According to the tag, this trunk belongs to Mr. Jack Benny.
Oh, this is his house. Bring it right in.
Yeah, okay. Come on, Hyman. Easy does it.
Right here in the living room is all right.
Yeah, okay, Hyman. Put it down.
Thanks, gentlemen. And now, don't leave. Mr. Benny may want to give you something to show his appreciation. I'll be right back.
Hyman, did you hear that? And I always thought that this guy Benny was a cheapskate.
Yeah, I heard once that Benny squeezed a nickel so hard, when he opened his hand, he was holding a needle.
Yeah, boy, he must have a grip like...
Well, here you are, gentlemen. I told Mr. Benny that you delivered his trunk, and here's a $5 bill for each of you.
Wow! Well, I never expected a $5 bill. I'm going to show this to all my friends.
That's what Mr. Benny wants you to do. His picture is on it. Now, if you have any more luggage for Mr. Benny, please bring it in.
Hey, Joe, what about the trunk for Dennis Day?
Dennis Day? Oh, yes, Mr. Benny took him to London with him. Why don't you leave it at Mr. Day's house?
Well, we stopped by there and nobody was home.
Well, gentlemen, if you like, you can leave Mr. Day's trunk here.
Thanks, we'll go get it.
I better ask Mr. Benny to open his trunk so I can put his clothes away. Oh, Mr. Benny.
Yes, Rochester.
Boss, if you give me the key to your trunk, I'll put your clothes away.
Okay, I got it right here on my keychain. Let's see, that's my wardrobe trunk. The key that opened is marked WT. Here's a key marked DD.
DD?
A desk drawer. LC, linen closet. BA,
BA, what does that open?
Bank of America. Now, let's see. SM,
What's that?
Santa Monica branch. Oh, here it is. Here it is, WT, wardrobe trunk. Rochester, what's this other trunk doing here?
That's Dennis Day's. There was no one at home at his house, so they left it here.
Oh, Dennis Day's trunk, huh? Rochester, get me a hammer and chisel. I'm going to open Dennis's trunk.
But, boss, you can't do that. That's invasion of private property.
Never mind. You go get the hammer and chisel. I'll answer the door. Mary!
Hello, Dad.
Mary, you're a sight for sore eyes. It's sure good to see you.
Jack,
Why, I haven't seen you since...
this morning.
All right, I was only trying to make it exciting. Come on in. Anyway, Mary, when you did come over this morning, I was so anxious to see you, I jumped out of bed, ran downstairs. You didn't even kiss me.
Well, you look so silly standing there in those Dr. Dentons.
Now, Mary...
Oh, Jack, I see your luggage arrived.
Yeah, I got to send these clothes out to be cleaned and pressed. Mary, look through those gray slacks, see if I left anything in the pockets.
Okay.
I guess after such a long trip, all my clothes need cleaning and pressing. Pressing, anyway. Mary, did you find anything in the pockets?
Yeah.
What?
A quarter, 2 dimes, and 3 needles.
Well, put my slacks on the chair.
Here's the hammer and chisel, boss. Oh, hello, Miss Livingston.
Hello, Rochester. Jack, what are you going to do?
Mr. Day's trunk was delivered here, and Mr. Benny wants to break the lock off and open it.
What? Why, Jack Benny, of all the nerve, just because you took Dennis to London with you, that doesn't give you the right to open his trunk.
Mary.
How would you like it if somebody forced the lock and went down into your vault?
It wouldn't bother me. Those alligators would tear him to shreds. Now, Rochester, now who can that be?
I hope it's Dennis. It'll serve you right. Come in.
Hello, Mary. Hello, Jack.
Well done! Well, Don, it's good to see you.
Thanks,
To see you.
Jack. It's good to see you, too. It's been a long time now.
I haven't seen you either, Don. What'd you do all summer?
Well, I made a picture for 20th Century Fox called Niagara.
Really?
Yeah, the studio sent me to Niagara Falls on location, and I spent 8 weeks with the star of the picture, Marilyn Monroe.
Oh, boy. Are you lucky? Imagine getting a free trip to Niagara Falls. Gee.
Now you know why I didn't kiss you this morning.
What?
Oh, nothing.
Rochester, what are you doing?
I'm moving Dennis Day's trunk into the closet.
Leave that trunk right where it is, and hand me that hammer and chisel.
Jack, what are you going to do?
I'll tell you, Don. Dennis Day's trunk arrived from London, but the expressman delivered it here, and Jack wants to open it.
What? Why, Jack, you've got a lot of
Never
nerve.
mind. Just stand back.
Jack, how can you be so stubborn?
There. I broke the lock. Rochester, help me open the trunk.
Yes, sir.
There, it's open.
Close it. The light is killing me. Hello, Mary. Hello, Don. Hello, Mr. Benny.
You see, Dennis? I told you you'd live. It wasn't so bad, was it?
Jack Benny, you ought to be ashamed of yourself.
Huh?
How could you make Dennis ride all the way from England to California in a trunk? That's the cheapest thing.
Now, wait a minute, Mary. Don't jump to conclusions. This wasn't my fault. The day we were supposed to sail from England, Dennis lost his steamship ticket.
That's right, Mary.
Oh. Well, I'm sorry, Jack.
That's all right.
How'd you lose your ticket, Dennis?
Playing gin rummy with Mr. Benny.
Gin rummy?
Yeah, lucky I wasn't blitzed.
Mary, stop looking at me. The game was fair and square.
Dennis, if you were in the trunk that long, how in the world did you manage to eat?
Oh, Mr. Benny took care of that with his water pistol.
Water pistol?
Yeah, 3 times a day he squirted soup through the keyhole.
Look, Dennis.
He'd come down, knock on the trunk, and I'd open my mouth.
Dennis.
Once I was asleep and I got an earful of chicken gumbo.
Chicken gumbo?
Da-da-da-da-da-da. Good.
Now, cut that out. Look, kids, once and for all, let's drop the subject. Now, Dennis, let's hear the song you're going to do on our first program.
Yes, sir.
Hold it a minute, hold it. Yes?
How do you do? Are you Mr. Jack Benny?
Yes, I am.
Well, I'm Leslie Smythe Hetherington. I represent the Sun Never Sets on the British Soil Travel Agency.
Oh, yes. They arranged my passage to England on the Cunard line.
Quite. And I'm here to give you a refund on the unused portion of Dennis Day's ticket.
Oh, good.
By the way, did Mr. Day decide to remain in England?
No. He's here in America.
Oh, he flew back.
No.
Oh, then how did he return?
Well, he came back on the Oshkosh.
Oshkosh. Is that a Dutch line?
No, it's a luggage line.
Oh, well, here's your refund from our company.
Thank you. Hey, wait a minute. This check is $243. It should be $250.
I know. We deducted $7 you owed us.
I owed your steamship company $7? What for?
Extra soup.
Oh, yes.
You know, Mr. Benny, with all that soup in you, you must have sloshed quite a bit during the heavy weather.
Yes, I did. Well, thanks for bringing me the check.
You're welcome. Goodbye.
Goodbye, Mr. Leslie Smythe.
Who is that at the door, Mr. Benny?
Never mind. Just sing, Dennis.
Righto, Governor.
Dennis, that was grand. The 2 weeks in the trunk didn't hurt you a bit. Really, your voice really sounded great.
Oh, I'll sound even better when I get my head out from between my knees. Oh, say, Mr. Benny, where's Phil Harris?
Phil Harris?
Yeah.
Oh, I thought I told everybody. You see, Dennis, Phil has so many commitments with radio, television, and records that he won't be able to be with us this season. So I'm dickering with Bob Crosby.
Bob Crosby?
Yes. Do you like his music?
Yeah, and his soup, too. Da-da-da-da-da-da.
Good. Dennis, stop with that. Look at Dennis. I don't want any... Oh, my goodness.
What's the matter?
It's 5:30. I'm supposed to be over at Crosby's house at 6.
What for?
Well, he hasn't signed his contract yet. You see, there's still some details we have to work out. So long, kids. I'll tell you what. I'll see you tomorrow.
Okay.
Oh, Rochester,
Yes, boss.
I'm going out.
But what about dinner?
Forget it.
But Garrett, it's your turn to cook for me.
Oh, yes, I forgot. Happy birthday. I'll cook it for you next year.
Okay, so long, boss.
So long. Gee, the Coleman's lawn looks nice. I haven't seen Ronnie and Bonita in a long time. Funny, they left town the day before I came home. Last year, they went away the day before I came home, too. Come to think of it, it happened in 1950 also. And in 1949. It's a shame it had to happen 4 years in a row. We're such good friends. Gee, Beverly Hills is beautiful. So many movie stars live here. Esther Williams has been living across the street for about 5 years. She built the most beautiful swimming pool I've ever seen. I wonder when she's going to build a house. Gee, look at all these beautiful homes. Yes, sir, Beverly Hills is the swankiest neighborhood in the world. Sometimes I think they overdo it, though. Look at that white line down the middle of the street. Ermine. say, I better walk faster. I'll be late. I don't want to keep Bob Crosby waiting.
Daddy, are you busy?
Well, I'm not busy now, Kathy, but I am expecting Mr. Benny soon.
Say, Daddy, you've got a contract to work on Mr. Benny's program this year, haven't you?
Well, I haven't signed the contract yet. Mr. Benny and I still have a few details to work out.
Oh. Say, Daddy,
Yes?
won't you feel funny working for a man younger than you are?
Kathy, he's not younger than I am.
He says he's 39.
Well, he's not 39. I happen to know his real age.
What is Mr. Benny's real age?
Well, that's one of the details we still have to work out.
Well, I thought he was 39.
Oh.
You know he's always talking about himself on the radio.
Yes, that's right, honey. He does talk about himself.
Daddy, are his eyes naturally blue?
Mm-hmm.
Is his hair naturally curly?
Ain't even naturally there. But you know, Kathy, I'm going to be mighty proud to be associated with Mr. Benny. He's been in radio so long, and he's such a suave comedian.
What does suave mean?
Well, suave means when a person is... Well, I'll explain it later. Come in. Hello, Jack.
Hiya, Bob.
Come in, come in. Jack, this is my daughter, Kathy.
Well, hello, Kathy.
Hello, Mr. Benny.
Say, Bob, you have 4 children, haven't you?
5. 3 boys and 2 girls.
Well, 3 kings and 2 queens. A full house. Say, that's pretty good.
Kathy, honey, where are you going?
To get a dictionary, I want to look up the word suave.
Well, don't you do it. You'll make a liar out of me.
What's that?
Oh, nothing.
Oh. Now, Bob, getting down to business, did you get the contract I sent over?
Yes, I got the contract, but I haven't signed it yet. Sort of wanted my lawyer to look at it first.
Lawyer? For heaven's sake, Bob. This is a simple little agreement between friends. What do you need a lawyer for?
Well, there's something I don't quite understand on page 906.
Well, maybe I can explain it to you.
Now, let's see. Where's page 906?
It's in the middle.
Oh, yeah. Here it is. Here's the clause that I don't quite understand. It's clause 18.
Clause 18.
The party of the second part, Bob Crosby, shall retain all the musicians who have been on the program previously. Well, that's fine. This is the part I didn't quite get. Will be his responsibility to see that the music on their stands is always in such a position that they can read it.
Well, that's right.
Yeah, but that's silly. All you have to do is just put the music right side up.
Well, not necessarily. You never can tell what position the boys will be in.
Oh, I see. Well, what about clause 21? Bob Crosby will have the responsibility of providing Frank Remley with his 3 Bs. Now, what in the world are Remley's 3 Bs?
Banjo, beer, and bail. Not necessarily in the order named. Now, look, Bob, why make a big thing out of this contract? If those are the only things that are worrying you, we'll work it out.
Well, okay, Jack.
Now, finish reading the contract in the next 2 or 3 weeks, and call me when you're ready to sign it.
Okay. See you later.
So long, Bob. Goodbye, Kathy.
Goodbye, Mr. Benny.
Kathy, honey, will you put this contract back on my desk?
Yes, Daddy.
When you say I beg your pardon, then I'll come back to you, la la la. When you ask me to forgive you, I'll return.
Daddy, what's that?
Clause 26.
Daddy, you mean?
Yes, darling, I'll do anything to send you kids through college. Like the swallows at Serrano, come back to Capistrano.
Good night, everybody. We're a little late.
The Lucky Strike program starring Jack Benny with Mary Livingston, Rochester, Dennis Day, Bob Crosby, the Sportsman Quartet, and yours truly, Don Lewis. And now, ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to take you back to yesterday, about a half hour before rehearsal time. Jack and I had gone into the corner drugstore to get a bite to eat.
There are a lot of people in here, Don. I hope we can find seats.
Yeah, every table's taken.
Yeah.
Oh, Jack, there are 2 empty stools at the end of the counter.
You take those, Don. I'll wait. Oh, there's some people getting up from that table over there. Let's sit over there.
Okay.
Oh, Don, look. 3 people were at this table, and they ate for only 35 cents.
That's the tip.
In a drugstore? Must be murder in Romanoff. Oh, well, what are you going to eat, Don?
Oh, I don't know.
Hello, Mr. Benny. Hello, Don.
Oh, hello, Dennis.
Oh, sit down and join us, Dennis.
Oh, thanks.
By the way, kid, what did your parents think of our opening program last Sunday?
Oh, I don't know. They're still out of town.
Out of town?
Yeah, when I got back here from England, there was no one home, just a note from my mother.
A note?
Yeah, it said, Dear Dennis, receive your letter telling us that you are coming home, so your father and I decided to take a short vacation. Don't forget to vote in November. Kind mother. Gee, I don't know what to eat. Hey, what are you fellas ordering?
Nothing yet.
Yeah, the service here is so slow. You know?
Yeah, Jack, they changed all their help here this summer. That blonde over there's the new waitress.
Oh, the blonde, eh? Say, she's cute. Oh, Miss.
What do you want, Mac?
We'd like to order.
Okay, what do you want?
Well, don't you have a menu?
It's written up on that blackboard behind the counter.
Oh. Well, I can't see that far.
With those glasses, I thought you could see Catalina.
Never mind. I'll have a lettuce and tomato sandwich and,
A glass of milk.
How did you know?
I can spot 'em every time.
What are you going to have, Dennis?
Well, let's see. Oh, Miss, do you have any ice cream?
Yeah,
Pistachio ice cream?
yeah.
Good, I'll have some chicken pot pie a la mode.
What? Dennis, why in the world would you order ice cream on chicken pot pie?
I like cold chicken.
Well, miss, I know what you're thinking, but if he wants it, give it to him.
Okay, now what about you, fatso?
Well, I'm out of diet. I'll just have a glass of tomato juice and some rye crisp.
Just rye crisp?
About 10 pounds. And, miss, we're in a hurry.
Okay.
You know, hey, fellas, she may sound a little hard, but there's something attractive about her. I don't know whether it's her blonde hair or that blue tattooing. She is good looking, though.
If you think she's good looking, you ought to see her sister.
Oh, is she good looking, too?
No.
Well, then why did you whistle?
Your garter is showing.
Now, Dennis, stop being silly.
Here's your sandwich, Mac.
Look, miss, my name isn't Matt. It's Jack. Jack Benny.
Jack Benny?
Yes, I'm on the radio.
Oh.
Television, too,
Uh-huh.
I do my first TV show on October 5th. That's 2 weeks from now.
The world is waiting.
Well, thank you. Thank you. Now, let's eat, fellas, or we'll be late for rehearsal.
Oh, Mr. Benny, would you like to hear the song I'm going to sing on the program Sunday?
In here?
Sure, why not?
Dennis, this isn't a studio. This is a place of business.
So what? Last night you played your violin in a gas station on Ventura Boulevard.
That's different. It was their opening. Fine agent I've got. I thought he was booking me into Texas. It was Texaco. Anyway, I don't want you singing in a drugstore.
Well, if I sing now, I won't have to take up the time at
All
rehearsal.
right. If you want to make a spectacle of yourself, go ahead.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm glad I got out of that drugstore. So embarrassing sitting there when Dennis started to sing. Oh, darn it, I left before the check came. It always happens to me. I haven't had dessert in years. Well, here's CBS.
Mr. Benny?
Oh, hello, Harry. Any messages?
Yeah, Bob Crosby's looking for you.
Oh, thanks.
Hey, he's your new orchestra leader, ain't he?
Yes, he's taking Phil Harris's place on my radio program.
Oh, yeah. Hey, he's going to be on your television show, too, ain't he?
Uh-huh.
Hey, your first TV show is October the 5th, ain't it?
Yes, yes.
That's 2 weeks from now.
The world is waiting. See you later, Harry. When you say I beg your...
Jack.
Oh, hello, Bob. The doorman told me you were looking for me. What is it, Bob?
Well, Jack, I'm kind of new on the show, and I don't like to complain, but, well, I just read the script, and, well, do your writers know that I'm your new orchestra leader? I mean, do they know about the change?
Well, what do you mean?
Well, they got a gag in here where you say to me, hey, when you lead the orchestra, why don't you hold a baton in your hand?
Uh-huh.
And I'm supposed to say, what, and put down my martini?
Well, Bob, that's a funny joke.
Well, maybe so, but that's not my character. That doesn't fit me. I don't drink.
You don't?
No.
Well, couldn't you start? My writers have thousands of drunk jokes. But anyway, Bob, I'll tell them to watch it.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Say, by the way, Jack, I wonder, who do I see about getting some tickets to the broadcast?
Oh, my
tomorrow?
producer will take care of you.
Well, that's swell. See, I need a couple because today is my kid Stevie's 6th birthday. I promised him he could come to broadcast.
Oh, Stevie's 6th birthday, eh? I bet he's excited.
Oh, is he? You're not kidding. Should have seen the presents he got. Mother gave him a bicycle. Brother Larry gave him some roller skates. Everett gave him a football, and Brother Bing gave him a bank to save his money in.
Oh, a piggy bank?
No, the Security First National.
God, giving away a bank? I knew Bing was loaded, but I didn't think he had that much.
He's comfortable.
I know.
As a matter of fact, this summer, he heard that you have an underground vault where you keep your money. So he decided to dig one in his own backyard. Boy, what a mess.
Well, what happened?
He struck oil.
Oil? No kidding.
Yep. Last night he opened the gas station on Ventura Boulevard. Had a violinist and everything.
Now, wait a minute, Bob. I happen to know that place. It's a Texaco station.
Well, who do you think owns Texaco?
Oh. It's funny having a brother that...
Say, what's that?
Oh, it sounds like Mary. Let's go in her dressing room and see what's so funny.
Come in. Oh, hello, Bob. Hi, Jack.
Hello, Mary. What are you laughing at?
I was reading this letter I just got from my mother.
Oh, she gets them all the time, Bob. Huh?
So your folks live in Plainfield, don't they, Mary?
Yes, they have a farm there.
Read the letter, Mary. Go ahead.
Okay. My darling daughter, Mary, just a short note to tell you I'm glad the summer's almost over, as it was the hottest one we've had in years.
It's been plenty hot here, too.
Tell Jack that his first program last Sunday came on the air just as I was going out to milk the cows. So I took a portable radio in the barn to listen to it. The milk must have been transcribed, too, as they didn't release it until a later hour.
Have you had enough, Bob?
No, I want to hear some more. Go ahead, Mary.
Okay. Things have been about the same at home, except that your cousin Sophie is visiting us. And I'm sorry to report that she's still an old maid. We did introduce her to a nice fellow when we thought it would work out. But he must have been a Republican, because he took one look at her and said, "It's time for a change."
That cousin of Sophie yours hands me a laugh.
Speaking of politics, we had our local primary here last week to elect a new mayor, and your Uncle Julius lost again.
This is the 8th time he's lost.
We thought he had a better chance this time because nobody was running against him.
How can that be?
Rather than elect him, they abolished the office.
How do you like that? Now, look, kids, we better get on stage for rehearsal. Oh, Don, is everybody ready?
Yeah, Jack.
Dennis, come on, we're going to rehearse.
Oh, Jack, before we start, there's a gentleman here who's been waiting for you. He wants to talk to you.
Well, Don, I'm busy now. Can't we make
It'll
it...
only take a minute, Mr. Benny.
Well, all right. What can I do for you?
I'm here to do a story about your personal appearance trip in Europe this summer.
Oh, it was nothing.
That's what I told my editor, but he sent me anyway. I understand that Miss Livingston was with you on this trip, too.
Yes, and Dennis Day also. He appeared with me at the Palladium Theater.
In London?
Righto, Governor.
Dennis.
Now, where'd you go, Mr. Benny, after you left London?
Well, after leaving London, we went to Dublin, Ireland.
And was Dennis Day there with you?
Sure and begot it was good to get me feet back on the old sod.
Dennis, please.
Now, after leaving Dublin, where'd you go?
To Glasgow.
Glasgow, Scotland?
Sure and begot it was good to get me feet back on the old sod.
He stayed in Ireland.
Now, Mr. Benny, there's been so much publicity about your appearance in London. Perhaps we could get a new angle if you told me about your trip to Scotland.
I'll be glad to. Well, as soon as we arrived in Glasgow, we went right to the Central Hotel.
Well, boss, I've got everything unpacked and hung up.
Good, Rochester. You know, I'm glad I have a couple of days off before I open at the theater.
Are you going to change your act now that you're in Scotland?
A little. I'll make it more topical, localize it. The people in Scotland are noted for their thriftiness, so I'll probably do a lot of jokes about being stingy. That's always funny, don't you think? Don't you?
Don't rush me, boss. I have to phrase this very carefully.
Well, I got to go out pretty soon. I'm going shopping.
Okay, boss. Do you want to wear your brown suit or the blue?
Neither one. I'm going to wear kilts.
Kilts?
Yes, kilts.
But, boss, they'll drive you crazy.
Why?
The pocketbook's on the outside.
I don't care where it is. Anyway, I'm going to wear them sometime before I leave Scotland. Now, Rochester, have you got the address of the store where Miss Livingston said she'd meet me?
Yes, boss. It's the Bonnie Heather department store. I wrote it down when she phoned. I've got it on the...
Rochester. What's that?
The Good Humor Man.
Answer the phone, would you please?
Yes, sir. Mr. Benny's room, star of stage, screen, radio, television, and would do the Highland fling if he hadn't already flung it.
Rochester.
Hello? Oh, yes, Miss Livingston. He's just ready to leave. I'll tell him. Boss, Miss Livingston is waiting at the department store.
Say, I better get going. I want to buy some gifts. Now, where's that store Miss Livingston said she'd meet me?
It's on the corner of 5th and Fairfield near the 1st or 4th.
I better write that down. 4th and Fairfield near the Firth of 5th.
No. Not 4th and Fairfield. It's 5th.
Oh. Well, what's on 4th?
I don't even know who's on 1st.
Well, I'll find it. Goodbye, Abbott.
So long, Costello.
Goodbye. Now, let's see. The Bonnie Heather department store should be around here someplace. Maybe it's that store across the street. See what the sign says. No, that's Manny, Moe, and McGregor. Wish I could find a cop or someone who knows his way around. Oh, there's a man standing on the corner in plaid kilts and tam o' shanter. He ought to know. Oh, excuse me, sir, but is the Bonnie Heather department store around here?
I don't know.
Well, we are near the Firth of 4th, aren't we?
I don't know.
Well, this is 5th Street, isn't it?
I didn't know.
You're not even a Scotchman. Why are you wearing those kilts?
It's Ladies' Day at the ball game.
Oh, well. I'll find the store. It ought to be around.
Oh, Jack.
Oh, Mary, I was looking for you. Where's the store?
Right here.
How do you like that? I was standing right next to it. Well, come on, let's go in. So actually get something nice for my sister Florence.
Well, they have some beautiful gifts in here.
Hey, this is a nice store.
Yeah. You ought to be able to get something very nice in here for your sister. How much do you want to spend?
Oh, I ought to get her something better than that. Do you think she'd like any of these perfumes?
Well, you can't go wrong on perfume. Oh, here comes the man.
Oh, yes. Oh, pardon me. Are you the clerk?
Aye. May I be of service to you?
Yes. This is quite a nice broad brick moonlit store you've got here tonight.
Jack, for heaven's sake.
What's the matter?
In England, you are dropping your H's, and here you're spraying people.
I'm just trying to be one of the boys. Now, clerk, I'd like to buy some perfume for my sister.
Well, would you like something sophisticated or alluring?
Gee, I don't know.
Well, how old is your sister?
Well, she's 2 years younger than I am.
And how old are you?
39.
39?
Yes.
That one almost started his motor.
Mary, please. Say, this looks like a nice bottle of perfume. It's such an unusual box, too. Oh, clerk, how much is this one in American money?
$8.
$8.
Aye.
That's not so bad. Tell you what, clerk, I'll give you 4.
I'll take $7.90.
I'll give you $4.10.
$7.75.
$4.80.
$7.10.
I'll give you 5.
Have a chair.
Thank you. Now, where were we?
$7.10.
Oh, yes. I'll give you 5.
I'll take 7.
$5.70.
$6.20.
$5.90.
$6.
$6.10.
$5.80.
Back up, you passed each other.
Oh, yes. I'll tell you what, clerk. Let's make it $6 even.
You're a gentleman and a scholar. It's a deal, sir.
Thank you.
I'll unlock the store and let you out.
Good.
Here's your perfume, sir, and it's all wrapped up nice and pretty.
Thank you, Clark.
Lad, don't go yet.
What?
You've proved yourself to be a true Scot, and I'd like to present you with these kilts.
Kilts? Oh, thank you very much. Come on, Mary.
Are we going back to the hotel?
No, to the ball game. Come on.
The Lucky Strike program starring Jack Benny with Mary Livingston, Rochester, Dennis Day, Bob Crosby, the Sportsman Quartet, and yours truly, Don Wilson.
Hello, this is CBS, the Star's address. May I help you?
Yes, operator. With a change of time from daylight back to standard, could you tell me what program is on at 4 o'clock?
Just a minute. Say, Mabel, what program's on today at 4 o'clock?
I don't know, Gertrude. I'll look it up in this radio guide.
Hold it, Mabel, hold it.
Huh?
Look whose picture's on page 8.
Well, take off my glove and dial with my naked finger if it ain't Jack. He's not only handsome, but look at that strong chin. What character!
Some character. One night last week, he drove me up to Mulholland Drive, pulled over to a lonely spot, turned off the ignition, and said, "Well, what do you know? I'm out of gas."
No.
Yeah. So I said, "I'll be very happy to buy some."
I'll bet that embarrassed him.
Embarrassed him nothing. He siphoned a gallon out of his tank and sold it to me. But you know, Mabel, you can't stay mad at a man like Jack Benny. Just look at that picture. The way he's standing there so casual and nonchalant with his coat thrown over his arm.
Yeah. And just look at those muscles.
Muscles where?
On the floor. They fell out of his sleeve.
Oh, yeah. Excuse me. Yes?
Operator, this is Jack Benny.
Gertrude, what's the matter?
He's waiting for applause.
I'm not waiting for applause. I'm in my dressing room. Now, operator, with the change of time today, I'd like to check my watch. What time is it, please?
It's 20 minutes to 4.
20 minutes to 4? That's funny. I got 20 minutes to 3.
Hold on. Mabel, what time have you got?
20 minutes to 5.
No, honey. You moved your watch ahead an hour, and you're supposed to move it back. Gee, are you dumb?
Well, I'm not as dumb as Jack Benny. He didn't move it at all.
How could he? His muscles fell out of his sleeve.
Operator, I heard that, and I'm going to report you. That Gertrude thinks she's smart. The last time I give her Ethel for the price of regular. Now, let's see. Where did I put my... Oh, so you finally got here.
Hello, boss.
Rochester, you know I'm always nervous before doing a program. Why do you have to be late?
Late? I got 20 minutes to 2.
Well, no wonder our watches are all mixed up, and it's your fault.
My fault?
Yeah, what were you supposed to do at 2 o'clock this morning?
What I always do. Tiptoe into your room and put a hot water bottle on your feet.
Is that all you did?
Well, I must confess, boss, I tickled your toes a little.
Oh, was that you?
Yeah, when I saw the way you had your arms around that pillow, I figured you were expecting something.
Rochester, I always sleep with my arms around the pillow.
I know, but last night you looked at it and said, "Don't you think two can live as cheap as one?"
See, I do the silliest things in my sleep. I can understand putting my arms around a pillow, but talking to it. Rochester, why didn't you wake me up?
I hate to cut in, boss. You were dancing.
Well, Rochester, I'm going down to the hall to Miss Livingston's dressing room. I'll see you later. Gee, but it's great after being out late, walking my pillow back home. La 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 la. Mary, are you in there?
Just a minute, Jack. I'm not dressed yet. Oh, Pauline.
Yes, Miss Livingston.
Mr. Benny wants to come in. Help me into my dress, please.
Yes, ma'am. Miss Livingston, how long has he been on your program?
Well, Pauline, it isn't my program. It's Mr. Benny's, and Mr. Benny's the star. I just work for him, and he pays me a very nice salary. Not as much as I pay you, but a very nice salary. Pauline, how does my dress look?
It looks all right, Miss Livingston. But if I were you, I'd wear it a little shorter. You have such pretty legs.
Oh, well, thanks, Pauline.
It's too bad you only have 2 of them.
What?
Well, what I mean is, when you got something so nice, it's too bad you can't have more of it.
Well, believe me, Pauline, every girl who has nice legs is perfectly satisfied with just 2 of them. After all, who'd look at a girl with 3 legs?
Everybody.
Mary, how about it?
Just a minute.
I don't know why it takes women so long to get dressed. Men don't take that long. Rochester throws me together in 5 minutes. Sometimes quicker.
Oh, Jack!
Oh, Bob! Bob, I thought you were on stage rehearsing the band.
Well, I stood it just as long as I could.
What do you mean?
Well, Jack, when I agreed to take over the same orchestra that you always had, I didn't know what I was getting into. These guys are driving me nuts.
Why? Why, what's wrong?
Well, look. In the first place, I'm stuck with an electric guitar player whose nose lights up.
I know.
Yeah, but there's a trombone player who's chained to the guy sitting next to him.
Look, Bob.
And a drummer with a candle on his head because it's his birthday.
Bob.
And I'm not even going to mention the accordion player who cracks peanuts in the pleats.
Well, Bob, just have patience. I'm sure that...
Oh, Mr. Benny.
What is it, Dennis?
John Wilson is looking all over for you. You should have started your program 15 minutes ago.
15 minutes ago? I got 3:15.
I've got 4:15.
Dennis, what does your watch say?
Boulevard.
I don't mean that. Anyway, kids, if we're 15 minutes late, we better get out on the stage.
Jack, where have you been? Hurry.
Look, Don, this is not my fault.
But the program.
Don, daylight saving time got me mixed up, but we still have plenty of time to do the sketch. So just take it easy.
Jack, which sketch are we going to do?
We're going to do a satire on that wonderful picture, High Noon, which starred Gary Cooper. I am going to play the leading role.
You don't even know what time it is.
Oh, quiet. Don, turn to page 12 and introduce our play.
Okay, Jack.
Bob, is the orchestra ready?
Well, some of the boys are sitting up.
Good. Take it, Don.
Ladies and gentlemen, for our feature attraction of the evening, we're going to present our version of that epic of the West, the Stanley Kramer production of High Noon. The time is the year 1875. The place, the little town of Hadleyville. The scene is in the office of the Justice of the Peace.
I'm the town marshal, and my name is Gary Kane. This is my wedding day. Yep. Right at this moment, I'm a-getting married to my sweetheart, Amy.
Do you, Amy, take this man, Gary, to be your lawful wedded husband?
I do.
Do you, Gary, take Amy for your lawful wedded wife?
Yep.
Now, repeat after me, Amy. I, Amy, take thee, Gary, to love, honor, and cherish.
I, Amy, take thee, Gary, to love, honor, and cherish.
Now you, Gary. I, Gary, take thee, Amy, to love, honor, and cherish.
Ah, Gary, take thee, Amy, to love, honor, and cherish.
And with all my worldly goods I thee endow.
And with...
Come on, repeat it. And with all my worldly goods I thee endow.
Ah, Gary, take thee, Amy, to love, honor, and care.
Just as I even had to buy the ring.
I now pronounce you man and wife.
Gary, my husband.
Amy, my bride. Kiss me.
It's customary for the justice of the peace to get the first kiss.
Stand aside, Amy. The man wants to kiss me. Come on, Mary. Amy. Then Mary is playing the part of Amy. Let's get going on our honeymoon.
Gee, Gary, I'm so glad you're going to give up your job as marshal and put those awful guns away.
Yes, Amy. Now we can have a peaceful life. And...
Marshal!
Yeah, what's up?
Terrible news. Frank Miller's been released from jail.
No.
Yeah, and he's arriving in town at high noon.
High noon?
Yes, high noon, and 3 of his henchmen are waiting at the railroad station to meet him.
Where are my guns? And I better swear in some deputies. I got to get Frank Miller before he gets me.
Gary, tell me, what's this all about?
Amy, 5 years ago, I arrested Frank Miller and sent him to jail. He vowed he'd kill me when he got out. So I got to get him first.
But, Gary, you may be killed. I don't want to become a widow on my wedding day. I want to go on a honeymoon.
Look, Amy, I can't run away. You wouldn't want to be married to a coward, would you?
Well, I'd do anything to get out of the May Company.
It was then I realized that Amy spelled sideways was May. But I had my duty to perform, even if it meant losing Amy. I went outside. I walked the hot, dusty, deserted streets, looking in vain for men to serve as deputies. Went everywhere looking for deputies. I went to their homes, to the general store, and I went to the town saloon. In fact, we had a scene in the saloon, but we cut it because Phil Harris is on another network. Finally, I went looking for desperate Dennis McNulty, the man who had been my assistant. Suddenly I saw him. He came riding towards me.
Whoa, whoa, easy now, easy, old paint.
I never had the heart to tell him. He rode that cow everywhere. In fact, he was the man who originated the white line down the middle of the street. He dismounted and said,
Hi, Gary. Congratulations. I heard you just got married.
That's right, I did.
Who'd you marry, the school teacher?
No, why?
They always do in westerns.
Look, I haven't time to talk about that. I'm in trouble, Frank. I'm in trouble. Frank Miller's coming back in town to kill me. I need help. Also a rehearsal.
You sure do. You sure came to the right man. I'll help you.
You will? Sure you're not afraid?
Of course not. When I see Frank Miller, I'll sneak up behind him.
Uh-huh.
Then I'll stick my gun in his back and say, feet up.
You mean hands up.
No, feet up. Pat him on the popo.
What?
Let's hear him laugh.
As I left him, he turned the cow over on its back and was milking it. It looked like the fountain at Wilshire and Santa Monica. I kept walking on through the town looking for help. The streets were deserted. It was getting close to high noon, and I had to find somebody to deputize. So I just kept walking. Walking. Time was running short. Still, I could find no one to help me. I was a marked man. No one would even come near me. This was before the days of chlorophyll. I didn't know what to do. In my search for help, I wandered down to the Mexican Quarter. I came upon a group of people who were having a fiesta. Needing a deputy badly, I approached one of the men and said,
Pardon me, senor, but do you know who I am?
Si.
You know there's a man out to kill me?
Si.
Would you be willing to help me?
Si.
What's your name?
Si.
Si?
Si.
Now you, senorita, are you his sister?
Si.
Is it all right for your brother to help me?
Si.
What's your name?
Conchita, Guadalupe, Lolita, Hernandez, Gonzalez, Clarita del Prado, Ramona, Rosita, Ramirez.
Conchita, Guadalupe, Lolita Hernandez, Gonzalez, Clarita del Pedro, Ramona, Rosita Ramirez?
Si.
But that name is too long. What can I call you?
Sue.
Sue?
Si.
But I was talking to her, wasn't I?
Si.
What do you do for a living?
So.
So? Now cut that out!
I appreciated their offer to help. But I couldn't take a chance on Conchita, Guadalupe, Lolita Hernandez, Gonzalez, Clarita del Prado, Ramona, Rosita Ramirez getting killed. It would drive the tombstone maker nuts. But now I had to make up my mind. I wasn't going to wait for Miller to come looking for me. I decided to go down to the railroad station and wait for him. Reached the railroad station. Frank Miller's train was due to arrive at high noon. With only a few minutes to wait, I went inside.
Train now loading on track 5 for Anaheim, and Coop, Kamanga.
I was alone in the station except for one cowboy. Thinking I could make him a deputy, I went over to talk to him.
What's your name, partner?
Tex Crosby.
Tex, eh? Then you were born in Texas.
No, I was born in Louisiana, but ain't nobody going to call me Louise.
That's an old joke.
Well, it was new in 1875.
Oh, yes. What are you doing here anyway, Tex?
Well, I'm waiting for Frank Miller to arrive. We're going to kill the town marshal.
Oh, you are, eh? Well, I'm the town marshal, and I'm going to kill you.
Train now leaving on track 5 for Anaheim, Azusa, and Coop.
But I'll give you a fighting chance. When I count 3, draw and shoot.
Okay.
1, 2, 3.
Oh!
Among us.
I got you, Tex.
Oh!
As he lay there, he reminded me of his brother. He was a groaner, too. Now I had gotten rid of one of the killers. The high noon train pulled into the station, came to a stop. Frank Miller got off the very last car and was met by his two remaining henchmen. This was my date with destiny. I felt a lonely silence as I walked toward the three men who wanted to kill me. Alone in the blazing noonday sun with my hands on my guns, slowly I kept a-going towards them. My clumsy sound man got up and I continued walking. My hands were sweating. My throat was dry. I knew that within 1 minute either they or I would be dead. As soon as I got within pistol range, I drew my gun and fired. Yep, I'd killed all three of them without giving them a chance to talk. This wasn't the way it was done in the picture, but I know how to save money on actors. I was safe now. My only problem was whether to ask my wife to come back to me or go looking for Conchita Guadalupe, Lolita Hernandez, Gonzalez Clarita del Prado, Ramona Rosita Ramirez. But regardless of the mix-up in daylight saving time, I and the whole town knew it was high noon.
Oh, my goodness, Mabel, I forgot about the man on the phone. He's still waiting. Hello?
How about it, operator? What program goes on at 4 o'clock?
The Jack Benny program, but you just missed it.
I did?
Yeah, but don't worry. Next Sunday's October 5th, and you'll not only be able to hear him on radio, but immediately following it, he'll be on television, too.
Oh, good. The world is waiting.
The Lucky Strike program starring Jack Benny with Mary Livingston, Rochester, Dennis Day, Bob Crosby, the Sportsman Quartet, and yours truly, Don Wilson. And now, ladies and gentlemen, it's my pleasure to introduce the star of our show. A man who...
Wait a minute, Don, wait a minute.
What?
You better not start the program until we're sure we're working.
Working?
Mary, what's this all about?
Well, Bob, remember what happened last week with the change from daylight to standard time? Jack got all mixed up. Missed half his program, and now he's in trouble with a sponsor.
Hey, this is serious. Jack loses the program, I'll have to go out and find a job.
So will I.
What did you do, Mary?
Well, I don't know whether to get my own radio show or go into television.
Oh?
But in the meantime, tell your wife to buy her stockings at the May Company. I'll give her a discount.
I will. Where's Jack now?
He's on the phone in his dressing room talking to the sponsor. Gee, I hope it works out all right.
You see, you see, Mr. Lewis, when I missed my program last week, it wasn't... Mr. Lewis, are you listening?
Yes, Jack, I'm listening.
Well, when I missed the first half of my program last week, it wasn't my fault. You see, my watch said 3:15 when it was really 4:15. So you see, it wasn't my fault at all, you know.
Excuses, excuses. Nothing but excuses.
But, Mr. Lewis, didn't you ever make a mistake?
I never make mistakes.
Oh. Well, anyway, Mr. Lewis, when you hired me...
All right, I made one.
I knew you'd admit it. Anyway, Mr. Lewis, when you hired me, we had an understanding.
Wait a minute, Jack. Hold it a minute.
He's winding up. Here comes the pitch, and Rizzuto drives one deep into left field. He's rounded first and is pulling up at second. It's a clean double for Rizzuto.
My future's at stake, and he's listening to the World Series.
What were you saying, Jack?
Mr. Lewis, I said that when you hired me, we had an understanding
Mantle is now at bat. Here comes the pitch, and it's a single. Rizzuto starts fast. Mantle's safe at first, and Rizzuto goes to third.
What were you saying, Jack?
Now, Mr. Rizzuto, Mr. Lewis. Mr. Lewis, when you hired me, we had an understanding. Mr. Lewis. Oh, my goodness, we've been cut off. Operator.
Oh, Mabel.
What is it, Gertrude?
Mr. Benny's line is flashing.
Yeah, I wonder what Kiss of Fire wants now.
Maybe he... Uh-oh. He was talking to New York, and I must have cut him off. I'm sorry, Mr. Benny. I'll connect you again.
Say, Gertrude, let's listen in and hear what he's saying.
Listen in? Mabel, how can you suggest a thing like that?
Oh, now, Gertrude, don't put on airs for me. You know, you didn't get that cauliflower ear from boxing. Go ahead, listen in and hear what Mr. Benny's saying.
I don't have to listen in. I'm going out with him tonight, and you know him. One glass of Manischewitz wine, and he tells you everything.
Oh, what a man. Come on, Gertrude, be a sport. Put on the earphones and listen to what he's saying.
Okay. See, the sponsor's really giving it to him. And Mr. Benny's sure pleading for his job.
No kidding.
Yeah. And now he's bragging about his talent. What a great comedian he is. What a wonderful violinist. Now he's imitating Johnny Ray.
You mean he's singing?
Now he's crying. See, he sure is lucky. The sponsor said he'd give him another chance.
Operator.
Yes.
Oh, Gertrude, I'm through with my New York call. Would you please figure up the charges? Now, how long did I talk?
Well, you talked 27 minutes and 30 seconds, making a total...
$18.45. Thank you, Gertrude.
You're welcome, Mr. Einstein.
Imagine, $18. Imagine $18.45 to call New York. It's only 6 cents for an airmail stamp. But then you can't cry in a letter. Oh, well, I better get on the stage. Hey, Dennis is going into his song. That was I Went to Your Wedding, sung by Dennis Day. And very good, Dennis. And now, kids...
Well, say, Jack.
What is it, Mary? Don, what is it?
How'd you make out with your phone call to the sponsor?
Fine. We had a little argument, but he talked me into not quitting. And now...
But, Jack, something's wrong. Look how nervous you are.
Mary's right, Jack. What are you worried about?
Look, all of you. Everything went fine. I'm not worried, and I'm not nervous. Now, let's get on with the show. Where's Kenny Baker?
Kenny Baker? She has been with us for 12 years.
Oh, yes. Anyway, look, kids, I'm not nervous. I'm not upset. Why should I be upset? The sponsor didn't fire me.
Well, I'm glad to hear that, Jack.
Me too.
Same here. I wouldn't want to have to look for a new job.
Doesn't make any difference to me. I was going to quit anyway.
Quit?
Uh-huh.
But, Dennis, what's the reason?
Confidential.
Well, if it's confidential, come out in the hall and tell me.
Okay.
Excuse us, Mary.
Oh, she can come, too.
But, Dennis, you said it was confidential. It's confidential. It should be between two people.
Oh, then you and Mary go. I'll stay here.
Look, Dennis, haven't I had enough trouble today? Now tell me why you want to quit.
My mother doesn't like your program.
Oh, she doesn't, eh? What does she like about it?
You.
Me?
Every time you say hello again, you ought to see the veins in her neck stick out.
Look, Dennis, you can tell your mother whether she likes me or not. You have a contract with me, and it's got 2 years to run.
Gee, 2 years. I don't think her neck will make it.
I don't care about that.
Dennis, behave yourself. Jack missed half of his program last week, and he's having enough trouble with his sponsor. So stop bothering with your family problems.
Yes. I don't care what your mother thinks.
My father likes you.
He does?
May he rest in peace.
Stop being silly. This morning when I called your house, your father answered the phone.
That was a recording.
Now cut that out! And do me a favor, will you? Let's forget about the sponsor and just concentrate on doing good shows.
Well, Jack, I'll do all I can.
I know, Bob, I know.
Say, by the way, did you notice the way I've improved the orchestra?
I certainly did, Bob. The band sounds wonderful lately.
Thank you.
Especially the saxophone. What'd you do to that section?
I eliminated it.
Oh, good, good.
And, Jack, I've also been scouting around for a new piano player.
A new piano player? What's the matter? Don't you like the way Bagby plays?
Well, it's not that, but I can save you a lot of money if we replace him. You see, the Musicians Union demands that we pay Bagby time and a half.
How come?
Well, he's got 15 fingers.
Bagby's got 15 fingers?
Yeah. He can play kitten on the keys and pick your pocket at the same time.
How do you like that, huh?
Say, Bob, I think you ought to be careful how you make changes in the band.
Well, why?
Well, those boys have been together for a long time.
Yeah.
You take one out, they'll all fall down.
That's right. Anyway, Bob, we'll talk about the band later. Right now, we got a very important play to do.
Yeah, Jack, we better get started with it.
What's the play about, Jack?
Well, it's a thrilling story of how a newspaper reporter solves a murder. Now, I play the part of Scoop Benny, the fearless, fighting, two-fisted... the two-fisted editor-in-chief of the Los Angeles Daily Bugle.
Am I in it?
Yes, Bob, you play my star reporter. You're in it too, Mary. And Dennis, where's Dennis?
Listening to the World Series on that portable radio.
Oh, for heaven's sakes. Dennis!
Quiet, I want to hear this.
Well, that was an exciting inning.
Dennis.
We're now going into the last half of the fifth. Brooklyn is at bat, the Yanks are in the field, and the Giants are in the bleachers.
The Giants?
Cleveland wouldn't even come to the game.
Dennis, turn that off.
And now coming out to pitch for the Yanks is Rashi.
Rashi, eh?
It's really Reynolds, but since he got poison ivy, everyone calls him Rashi. Ooh, that's a good one.
Dennis, turn that off. Now, Dennis, how about taking an interest in my program?
Oh, I wanted to hear the World Series.
Look, the series will be on next year. Me, I'm not sure about.
Come on. Come on, Jack. Come on, Jack. Let's do the play.
Okay, now go ahead, Don. Announce it.
I can't, Jack. The scripts aren't here.
They aren't? Did you see the scripts, Mary?
Well, maybe your writers have them. They're in the conference room.
Oh, yeah. Maybe they're revising it. I'll go and see. Now, writers are the only ones who take an interest in the show. Say, fellas.
Quiet!
Here comes the pitch. Henry strikes out.
Hey, fellas, I'm looking for the script you wrote for our play. Where is it?
We don't know. We didn't see nothing around here. When we wrote it, we gave it to you.
Yuz?
Y-O-U, yours.
All right, all right. Yuz. What a mistake I made hiring those guys. They were standing on the corner selling pencils. I thought they were writers. Oh, well.
Did you get the script, Jack?
No.
But, Jack, this is ridiculous. How are we going to do a play without a script?
Yeah. Wait a minute. Maybe I left them at home. Give me the phone, Mary. I'll call Rochester.
Okay, here it is.
Said he gave me the script. Wonder what happened to it. Maybe Milton Berle. No, he's in New York. I don't know.
Mr. Benny's residence, star, stage, screen, radio, and hold the phone.
Rochester, what are you doing?
Oh, it's you, boys. I'm just listening to the World Series.
Oh, you are? Well, why aren't you listening to my program?
Put Jackie Robinson on it, and I will.
All right. So Robinson got a home run.
That was on your radio. On mine, he got 5 of them.
5 home runs. Are you listening to KHJ?
No, CAN.
What's that?
Central Avenue Network.
The Central Avenue Network?
Yeah, you ought to listen to the game on this radio. It's sure exciting.
Why?
Robinson's playing on both teams.
Robinson's playing on both teams?
Yeah, and I hope the game is over early.
Why?
At 5 o'clock, he's fighting Marciano.
Oh, stop that. Now, look, Rochester, we got a play to do here, and I can't find the scripts. Did I leave them at home?
No, you put them in the glove compartment of your car.
Oh, yes, now I remember. Thanks, Rochester. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Oh, Rochester.
Yes, boy.
You better rush down here at the studio. You know, we do our television show as soon as my radio program is over.
I know.
And don't be late, Rochester. I need you.
Oh, boss, let's just say we need each other.
Yeah. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, for our play, A Day in the Life of a Newspaperman. Take it, Don.
Ladies and gentlemen, as our scene opens, we find Scoop Benny, the two-fisted editor-in-chief of the Los Angeles Daily Bugle, hard at work in his office. Sitting at the next desk is his star reporter, Flags Crosby.
Los Angeles Bugle, Scoop Benny speaking. What? Give me all the details. 7 of them, huh? Say they're taking off at midnight? Thanks for the tip. I'll be there.
What is it, Scoop?
Late show at the Burbank Theater. Daily Bugle, Scoop Benny speaking.
Hello, big boy. This is Mrs. Archibald J. Stuffington of 204 Stuffington Road, California.
Stuffington, eh? How are you, Stuffy?
Got a big story for you. Come up to my apartment. My husband has just been murdered.
What was that?
My husband has just been murdered.
What was that?
You don't like him, do you?
I don't even know. Are you sure he's dead?
Any more questions?
Well, I'll be right over there, Mrs. Stuffington, and try to solve this murder before the police come. See that the body stays where it is. What's that?
If it moves now, you've got a real story.
Well, I'll be right over. Goodbye. Here's the house, Flash. We'll get to the bottom of this murder or know the reason why. Hello, we're from the Los Angeles Daily Bugle. Who are you?
I'm the butler.
Oh, you're the butler, eh? Well, I'll question you first. Were you here when the murder was committed?
Uh-huh.
You hear any gunshots?
Yes, while I was making coffee.
How many gunshots did you hear?
I heard the first one in the kitchen, the second one at the front door, and 3 more as I was going through Anaheim, Azusa, and Cucamonga.
Cucamonga? How'd you get back here so fast?
My suspenders were caught on the doorknob.
Your suspenders were caught on the doorknob?
Pretty snappy comeback, huh?
Yes.
Yours gave me that one.
All right. Now, where's Mrs. Stuffington?
Well, here I am, boys. I've been waiting for you.
Now, Mrs. Stuffington, I'm here to solve this murder. And I'm going to question you right now.
In just a minute, I'll call my butler. Oh, Goodrich, bring me a martini.
Yes, madam.
Wait a minute, Mrs. Stuffington. How can you sit here drinking martinis when your husband has just been murdered?
You're right. Goodrich.
Yes, madam?
Put a black olive in it.
Now, Mrs. Stuffington, I know you committed the murder, so you might as well confess.
Oh, yeah? Well, you can't prove a thing.
Oh, yes, we can. Look here, Scoop. I just found a dictograph. I played it, and there's incriminating evidence in it.
Evidence, eh? Well, turn it on again, Flash.
Okay.
I want to hear this.
Goodrich, dear.
Yes, darling?
Did you get the guns?
Also the rope, the club, and the poison.
And you figured out how you're going to kill him?
Yes, I'm going to make him swallow the poison, then tie the rope around his neck.
What are you going to do with the club?
I'm going to pat him on the popo.
What?
I don't want to make him laugh.
Well, Mrs. Stuffington, are you ready to confess?
Why should I? There's not one word there that says I killed my husband.
She's right, Flash.
Oh, no, she isn't. She hasn't heard the rest of it.
You mean there's more? Turn on that dictograph again.
Okay.
It's the last of the ninth. 2 out. Men on second, third, and the pitcher is winding up.
What's that?
Oh, my goodness. I guess the radio must have been on while we were planning the murder.
Yeah.
Oh, then you did plan it.
It's a hit! It's a hit! It's going! It's a home run for Ty Cobb!
Ty Cobb?
We've been planning this murder for a long time.
Oh, you have, eh? Call the paper, Flash. We got a great story. Ladies and gentlemen, in about 30 seconds, I'll be doing my first television show of the season. So I hope you'll all be watching. Well, I'll be seeing you. My writers.
Starring Jack Benny with Mary Livingston, Rochester, Dennis Day, Bob Crosby, and yours truly, Don Wilson. And now, ladies and gentlemen, let's go out to Jack Benny's house in Beverly Hills. At the moment, Jack is relaxing in the den.
Rochester, the phone. Rochester. Hello?
Hello, Chris?
Chris?
Yeah, ain't you Christopher Columbus?
Christopher Columbus? Who is this calling?
Napoleon.
I'm sorry, Napoleon. You must have the wrong number. I never knew they let them have phones in those places. Anyway, I don't know why I had to answer. Rochester. Rochester. Wonder where he can be. Must be out in the garage. Ever since the Colemans got that new Cadillac, he's been shining my Maxwell every day. He even put a chlorophyll tablet in the exhaust pipe. I'll go out and see. Rochester.
Oh, hello, boss.
Rochester, I thought you were in the garage. What are you doing on your hands and knees with that butterfly net?
I'm trying to catch a gopher.
A gopher? Are you sure we got one?
Oh, yes, boss. This morning I stuck my hand all the way down that hole, and there's a gopher there, all right.
Well, you'll never kill him with that butterfly net.
I don't want to kill him. I just want to get my ring back.
My goodness, that beautiful gold ring I gave you for Christmas. Rochester, why would a gopher take your ring?
It was so green he thought it was a blade of grass.
Rochester, I think you're making this whole... Wait a minute, Rochester. Don't move.
What's the matter, boss?
The gopher, he just came up behind you. Don't move, Rochester. If he says, "What's up, Doc?" I'll hit him with a shovel. Oh, darling, he went back down the hole. Rochester, hand me that gopher trap.
Here you are.
Now, let's see. I just pushed the spring all the way back. Well, the trap is set. There. Now, let's stand back and wait. Wonder if he's coming. I'll get down on my knees and look in the hole.
Can you see him?
Yeah, here he comes. He's coming closer. Closer.
Boss, the gopher got away. You put the trap in backwards.
Well, don't stand there talking. Get it off my nose.
I'll get that gopher. It's the last thing I do.
Boss, here he comes again.
Yeah, I see him. Rochester, I got him cornered. He can't move. Now I'll just take this shovel and...
Boss, why don't you hit him?
I can't. Look at those blue eyes.
Yeah. Oh, look, isn't that cute?
What?
He's got braces on his teeth.
Well, what do you know? Rochester, let the gopher run around the yard. What does it hurt? I'm going to the house. I'm glad we didn't catch him. See, my nose hurts. Who can that be at the door? Coming! There's the phone again. Hello?
Hello, Chris?
Oh, for heaven's sake.
This is Napoleon. Now, Chris, what I wanted to
Look,
tell
I'm
you...
not Christopher Columbus, and stop annoying me. Why does this have to happen to me? Coming.
Hello, Jack.
Hello, Mr. Benny.
Hello, Mary. Dennis, come on in. Mary, how did you and Dennis happen to come over?
Jack.
Huh?
Jack, what happened to your nose?
I got it caught in a gopher trap.
Wasn't it crowded?
The gopher wasn't in it at the time.
Oh.
Now, kids, how did you happen... Must be that crazy guy again. I'm going to bawl him out and... Wait a minute. Hey, Dennis. Dennis.
Yes, Mr. Benny?
Answer the phone, will you, Dennis?
Okay.
Watch this, Larry.
Hello? Yeah, this is him speaking. Well, it was kind of a rough voyage, but we made it all right. What's that? The Nina and the Pinta rolled a little bit, but the Santa Maria came through fine.
What?
Yeah, it was an expensive trip, but Queen Isabella hocked her jewels and put up the money.
Dennis.
Nah, Ferdinand was all wrong. Isabella and I were just good friends. Dennis, get away from that phone! Just a minute. Thanks very much. I'll see you in about an hour. Goodbye.
Now, Mary.
Gee, Mr. Benny, do you know who that was on the phone?
Yeah, I know, and I don't want to hear anything about it.
Oh, but Mr. Benny...
That guy drove me nuts, but you're not going to. Just let me hear the song you're going to do on the program. That's all I want out of you.
Oh, okay.
That kid is crazier than the guy on the phone. That was very good, Dennis. Very good. You know, this season your voice is better than ever.
Well, thanks. Look, Mr. Benny, I got to leave now, but if Napoleon calls, will you
Dennis,
tell him
you
that...
said you were going to leave, so go. I don't want to hear any more about Napoleon.
Okay, goodbye.
Goodbye.
Well, say, Mary,
Yes, Dennis?
are you doing anything this afternoon?
No, why?
Let's fly to Las Vegas and get married.
No, thanks.
Okay, I'll ask somebody else. Goodbye.
Mary, isn't Dennis the craziest kid you ever met?
Oh, I don't know.
But he does the silliest things.
He didn't get his nose caught in a gopher trap.
All right, all right. Mary, what'd you come over here for anyway?
Well, you asked me to come over.
What?
Well, don't you remember? You said you were going to buy a new television set today, and you wanted me to go with you.
Oh, yes. The one I've got has such a small screen.
Well, come on, let's go.
Okay. Just wait here a minute, will you, Mary? I haven't got enough money. I'll go down to my vault and get some.
Okay, well, don't be too long.
I won't. Here come my alligators. One of them still has that bandage on him. I thought sure he'd be healed by now. I only took off enough to make a belt. Well, I better go in my vault and get my money.
Who goes there, friend or foe?
Friend.
Oh, it's you, Mr. Benny.
Yes, I just came down to get some money. How have you been, Ed?
Oh, fine. By the way, Mr. Benny, how are things on the outside?
Oh, very exciting, Ed. In fact, the country hasn't settled down yet. You know, the Yankees won.
What?
I said the Yankees won.
Wow. So the Confederates finally gave up.
Now, excuse me, I want to open the safe. Let's see, the combination is right to 45, left to 60, back to 15, and left to 110. There.
Mr. Benny, who installed that alarm for you?
Spike Jones. Let me see now. There, that ought to be enough money. Well, so long, Ed.
Goodbye, Mr. Benny.
Gee, Ed's a nice fella. It's amazing. All the years he's stayed down in that vault. And he's never come out. Sometimes I feel guilty paying him by check. I better hurry. I don't want to keep Mary waiting. You know, Mary, I'm glad I decided to buy a new television set.
Well, it's about time. The store isn't far from here.
Good, good. You know, Mary, Oh, for heaven's sake.
Now what?
I forgot to tell Rochester to send my tuxedo to the cleaners. I'm going to a cocktail party next Saturday.
A cocktail party? Who's giving it?
I don't know.
You don't know?
Look, Mary, I play my violin, get my money, and go. You should have seen the tip Marion Davies gave me. Well, I better step in this drugstore and call Rochester. Excuse me a minute.
All right, Jack, I'll wait out here. Da-da-dee-da, da-da-dee-da,
Oh, Mary, Mary. Mary.
Oh, hello, Bob.
Hello, Mary. What are you doing?
I'm waiting for Jack. He's inside making a phone call.
Oh, well, I'll wait till he comes out. I want to talk to him. He's got to do something about that orchestra.
Well, what's wrong now?
Well, for one thing, have you ever noticed how the bass drum keeps changing tone all the time? Sometimes it's low, then it's high, then it's low, then it's high again?
Yeah, what makes the drum change tone like that?
I guess it all depends on how much draft beer is in it.
Bob, you mean the musicians keep beer in the bass drum?
Are you kidding? They won't even start a number when I give them a downbeat. I got to yell, what do you have?
No.
Well, Mary, I called Rochester. Oh, hello, Bob.
Hello, Jack.
Say, Bob, I heard a lot of good comments on our television show. Everybody thought you were wonderful on it. And they loved your song.
Well, gee, that's nice, Jack. Thanks. But the next time I sing, I kind of wish you'd put some production behind it. You know that song called For a Scene in the Park?
But, Bob, I gave you a scene in the park.
No, I mean real scenery, not just a tree painted on the drummer's head.
That tree wasn't painted. It was growing there.
Oh, stop. A couple of branches and you make a big thing out of it.
Gee, and I thought he had dandruff. It was Bigelow.
Yes. Well, Bob, we got to run along now. I'm going to buy a new television set.
Yeah, I wish I had time. I'd love to watch this.
What?
Oh, I'll see you tomorrow at rehearsal. So long, Mary.
So long, Bob.
Goodbye, Bob. Come on, Mary. Say, Mary, where's the store we're going to?
Oh, it's somewhere here. Oh, there it is, right across the street. Gee, they've only got 2 salesmen, and they both seem to be busy.
That's all right. I'd like to look around first, anyway. They sure have a lot of television sets here.
Yeah. There's one with a 16-inch screen. And here's a 20-inch.
Hey, Mary, look at the size of that screen over there. It's tremendous.
Which one?
Way over there. What a clear picture.
Put on your glasses. You're looking out the window.
Oh.
Jack, how about trying this set? It's supposed to be one of the best.
Well.
I'll turn it on.
It doesn't work.
Jack, this is a television set. It has to warm up first. See the picture starting to come in now.
Yeah. Try it, Mary. I want to hear this.
Hey, it's all out of focus.
Yeah.
picture.
Look, Mary.
She's still out of focus. From the hips down, she's short and fat, and the top of her head is so flat.
Mary.
Maybe your head won't be so flat if I turn this knob.
Mary, you're wasting your time. I've been out with that girl. She's really built that way.
Oh.
Now turn it up again. I want to hear it. Mary, try another channel.
Okay.
Someone's painting the leaves along this year when you were here.
Oh, brother.
And why did the birds change their song this year when you were here?
I wish I was someplace else.
They're not shining the stars that blind. They've stolen the joy from the night.
Turn that off, will you? I can't understand. Why doesn't somebody wait on us?
Oh, here comes the salesman.
Oh, yes.
How do you do, may I help you?
Yes, I'd like to buy a television set.
We have all the latest models here. How about this one?
Well, I was thinking of something bigger. In fact, I was thinking of this one here with a 30-inch screen. Now, how much does it cost?
$795. What?
Jack, stop choking him. He's just a salesman.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm terribly sorry. How much is this 20-inch set?
I'll whisper it to her.
No, you can tell me. I'm all right now.
$360.
Well, that isn't so bad. Would I have to pay cash?
No, you can open a charge account here.
I can?
Yeah, just go over to see the credit manager. His office is back in the corner.
Oh, thank you. Excuse me, Mary. I'll be right back. Let's see. Oh, there's the office. Oh, excuse me, sir. I'm buying a television set that costs $360. How much will the down payment be?
I don't know.
Well, how much of an installment will I have to pay each month?
I don't know.
Well, how many months will I have to pay before I own it?
I don't know.
You don't know anything. What are you doing in the credit department? I missed the payment and they nailed my shoes to the floor. Oh, for heaven's sake. That's the silliest thing I ever heard. Now, where's that credit manager?
How do you do? Can I help you?
Yes, I want to buy a TV set on credit.
Well, you've come to the right place. We'll put a television set in your home and give you 5 years to pay for it.
Well...
You take it, and at your age, it's a good deal.
Look, mister...
Now, before I give you a charge account, I'll need some information. Your name?
Jack Bennett.
Address?
366 North Camden Drive.
Occupation?
Comedian.
Your age?
39.
Hey, you are, aren't you?
39?
No, a comedian.
Look, mister, I don't need your jokes or credit either. I picked out my television set, and here's the $360 for it.
Thank you.
Jack.
Just a minute, Mary. He's giving me a receipt.
Here you are, sir. And I'm sure you'll be happy that you bought this television set. There's so many interesting programs to watch. For instance, today they have a very unusual program on called Historical Characters.
Historical characters?
Yes, you see, this fella calls people up on the phone and says he's Napoleon and asks if you're Christopher Columbus.
Huh?
And if you don't hang up on him, you win a television set. Today's winner was a young man named Dennis Day.
Oh, no.
Pick him up and put him in a cab. I'll take him home.
The Lucky Strike program starring Jack Benny with Mary Livingston, Rochester, Dennis Day, Bob Crosby, and yours truly, Don Wilson. Ladies and gentlemen, once every 2 weeks, Jack Benny and Rochester make out a shopping list of household needs. As we look in on them today, they're preparing this week's list.
Say, boss, the shelves are kind of empty. We need some baked beans.
Baked beans, 3 cans.
Some peas.
Not so fast, Rochester. I'm writing it down. Peas, 2 cans.
Some mayonnaise.
Oh, Rochester, why buy mayonnaise? All it is eggs, salad oil, and vinegar mixed up.
Oh, yeah, I can make that.
Yeah.
Well, we need some corned beef hash.
You don't have to buy that either. All it is potatoes, corned beef, and onions.
Yeah, I can make that, too.
Yeah.
Now, let's see. We need some eggs.
Eggs? Well, Rochester...
No, boss, I'm not even going to try.
I didn't mean that. I meant you can get the eggs from the milkman. Now, let's get on with the list.
Okay. A bottle of cooking sherry.
A bottle of... Wait a minute, Roddy. We just bought some wine last week.
It's all gone, boss.
I've been meaning to talk to you about that. You've been using too much in the cooking lately.
Why?
Well, last night you made some clam chowder with sherry, didn't you?
Uh-huh. What about it?
Well, I bit into a clam and it bit me back. Now, don't use it in everything from now on.
Yes, sir. While I'm down at the market, shall I get anything at the butcher's?
Well...
I think the only meat we have left is a chicken.
I'll answer the door. You finish the list.
Okay.
Ouch. It's the second time I hit my head against that chandelier. I better take some money out of my shoes. Yeah, I'm lucky my head... Coming.
Oh, hello, Mr. Benny.
Oh, hello, Dennis. Come on in.
Mr. Benny, can I miss the rehearsal tomorrow?
Oh, sure.
Can I miss Saturday's rehearsal, too?
Saturdays? Well, I guess so.
Can I miss the show on Sunday?
Miss the show? Why?
I'm going to kill myself.
Oh, stop being silly.
I'm not being silly. I already made out my will.
Look, Dennis.
I'm leaving my brain to Hollywood High School. I was going to leave it to Harvard, but they turned it down.
Cut that out. You're not going to commit suicide.
If I don't, the gamblers are going to take me for a ride.
A ride?
Yeah, I lost 50 cents on the World Series, and I didn't pay off.
Look, Dennis, nobody's going to kill you for only 50 cents.
A lot of people say they'll do it for nothing.
Dennis, I'm tired of this silly talk. Now, stop worrying and let me hear the song you're going to do on the show. What is it?
Auf Wiedersehen. That means goodbye forever.
It does not! Now, sing it and don't drive me crazy. That was very good, Dennis, very good. Now, when you sing that number on the show, I want you to be sure... Well, there's someone at the door.
Don't answer it. They're coming after me.
Oh, be quiet. Nobody's coming after you. Come in.
Hello, Jack.
Hi, Jack.
Oh, hello, Don. Bob, I didn't expect you. Come on in.
Say, Jack, Bob and I are going out to play some golf. We thought maybe you'd like to join us.
Gee, I'd love to, but I can't leave the house. I'm expecting a call about a very important picture deal.
Who from?
Darryl Zanuck.
Darryl Zanuck, the head of 20th Century Fox?
Uh-huh.
Say, didn't you make a picture at that studio?
That's right, Bob. I made a picture for Zanuck in 1941.
Gosh, that's only 11 years. He got over it fast.
Dennis, quiet, for heaven's sake.
Jack, what's this deal with Zanuck you were talking about?
Well, they're making so many pictures based on the lives of entertainers that I thought my biography would make a good movie. So I wrote it up and sent it to Mr. Zanuck.
You know, Jack, that should make a wonderful story. You've led such an interesting life. Vaudeville, movies, radio, stage, television.
Bob's right, Jack. Do you intend to play the leading role yourself?
No, that would be too hammy, you know. We're going to get an actor who's a lot like me in personality, age, habits, and physique.
Who are you getting?
Errol Flynn. And, fellas, it's really going to be a...
Gee, I hate to admit it, but I need one.
You need what?
A hearing aid. I thought you said Errol Flynn. Well, come on, Don. Let's go play golf.
Okay. Say, Bob, you play a lot of golf, don't you?
Yeah, and last week I got the greatest thrill in the whole world. I made a hole in one.
No kidding.
Yep, on the third hole at Bel Air. Gosh, I couldn't wait to get back to the clubhouse and buy drinks for everybody there.
Oh, yes, that's the tradition. When you make a hole in one, you're supposed to buy drinks for everybody.
Have you ever made a hole in one?
Yes, about 2 years ago at Hillcrest.
Yeah, it's wonderful. Anybody see you do it?
Rochester, but I gave him $1 and he kept his mouth shut. It was worth it.
You know, Jack, I'm sure glad that I came on your show.
You are, Bob? Why?
Well, I won't make much money, but, man, what an education. What? Come on, Don, let's go.
Okay, so long, Jack.
Goodbye, fellas. I wonder what he meant by...
Oh, boss!
Yes, Rochester?
Mr. Ronald Coleman just called, and they're having a big dinner party tonight.
Ronald Coleman? Oh, did they invite me?
No, he asked us to return their garbage disposal.
Oh, my goodness. Do we still have their garbage disposal?
Uh-huh.
You know, it was kind of tough borrowing that, wasn't it?
Yeah, I had to go to plumbing school for 2 months.
Oh, yeah. Well, let's try... Say, maybe that's the phone call I'm waiting for. Hello? Jack Benny speaking.
Hello, Jack. This is Darrell Zanuck.
Gee, I've been waiting for your call, Mr. Zanuck.
Look, Jack, I'm a busy man. You sent your script over last week, bothered my secretary with dozens of phone calls. I promised to read it, and I did.
You did, Mr. Zanuck? You did? What'd you think of it?
Well, Jack, that is without a doubt the most awful thing I've read in all my 39 years.
Mr. Zanuck, are you 39?
When you're the head of a big studio, who's going to argue with you?
Oh, well, Mr. Zanuck, getting back to my biography, I think it would be a tremendous success at the box office.
I'm afraid you're wrong, Jack. A biographical picture is much better after the person has passed on.
But I'm in the prime of life. I'll be here a long time.
We can wait.
But I can't wait. I want to make the picture now.
Jack, let's face it. I vowed never to have any more business dealings with you since you made the horn blows at midnight.
But what's that got to do with you? I made that for Warner Brothers.
That picture hurt every studio.
What?
I can't wait till it gets on television.
But, Mr. Zanuck, I don't want to appear in the picture. I just think my biography would make a great musical. Look at the novel opening, when I'm being born in Waukegan. What other picture ever had a musical scene in a maternity hospital?
I think it's corny.
What?
Imagine having the doctor sing, "Feet up, pat him on the popo."
Mr. Zanuck, what about when I play my violin?
Look, Jack, I don't want any more people from your program working in our studio. We've got Dennis Day over here, and he drives me nuts.
Well, if I worked over there, too, I could keep an eye on Dennis.
Jack, I can't discuss this any longer. I'm sending your script back, and that's final.
But, Mr. Zanuck... Thinks he's a big shot because he runs a studio. He can be wrong, too, you know. I think my life story would make a great picture. Especially the scene where...
Did you call me, boss?
No, Rochester. I was talking to myself.
What's the matter? Are you upset about something?
Yeah, I sent my autobiography to Darrell Zanuck, and he turned it down. Can't understand it. Why, the story of my life would be very interesting.
I think so, too.
As a matter of fact, I think it would be one of the most exciting pictures that ever hit the screen.
You're right.
I was going to get Errol Flynn to play Jack Benny.
Oh, boss, calm down.
Well, I was. Anyway, Rochester, I'm going to lie down here on the couch for a while. I don't want to be disturbed. I'm going to take my afternoon nap.
Would you like something to eat first?
No, I'm not hungry. Cover me up with that blanket there, will you, Rochester?
Yes, sir.
Thanks.
You're welcome. I'll go out and shut the door.
Okay. Imagine Zanuck saying that story's no good.
If I were the head of a studio, I'd make that into a picture and show him how wrong he is. I had a chance to buy RKO a couple of weeks ago. Can't understand why Howard Hughes turned down my offer.
After all, he doesn't need money, and he has to have his laundry done somewhere.
If I'd offered him the money, I'd like to be the head of a big studio.
Jack Benny, executive producer. Make my own biography. My own studio. My own studio.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. This is George Fisher, your CBS motion picture editor, speaking to you from Hollywood. The Snows of Kilimanjaro, which is breaking all records at the Rivoli Theater in New York, is scheduled to open in the Los Angeles area next Thursday. Oh, here's a flash just handed to me. Howard Hughes sold RKO Pictures today to Jack Benny. The purchase price was $8 million. Mr. Benny paid in cash. Now he won't bump his head on that chandelier anymore. One of Mr. Benny's first official acts was to appoint Robert Crosby as his assistant. They have started production on a new musical based on the life of Jack Benny.
Oh, JB.
Yes, R.C.?
You certainly have a busy day today, JB.
I know. Read me my schedule, R.C.
Well, at 10, a story conference with MK, 10:30 meeting with LB, 11, you look at the rushes with HC, 11:30, you go to the cutting room with TM, and at 12, you have lunch with Jack Warner.
Who?
JW.
Oh, yes. I want you to send the following note to all producers. Starting today, make sure the green in all your Technicolor movies is made out of chlorophyll. We'll have no stinking pictures around here. Now, who's handling the production on the picture based on my life?
DW.
Oh, yes, I'll send for him. Miss Jones, send Don Wilson in immediately.
Hello, JB.
Good to see you, D.W. Close the door and come over here to my desk. Sit down.
Gee, it's a good thing you put your desk in the middle of the office.
It's the biggest epic ever made, the story of my life.
I know, and thank you.
I want this picture to be perfect, and I hope you've been very careful in the casting.
Oh, I am. In fact, I've already selected the actress who will play the part of your mother.
I'd like to see her. Where is she?
Right behind me.
Well, move over so I can see her.
Yes, sir. Miss Vaughn, this is Mr. Benny.
Hello, Mr. Benny. I'm so terribly happy to know you.
You're going to play the part of my mother?
I sure am.
To think I ran away from home. You'll do.
And, Chief, you'll never guess who I'm casting to play the part of your father.
Never mind, I'll play that part myself. Now, D.W., I'd like to make some notes for you about this picture. This pencil needs sharpening. Where's my office boy?
Here I am, Mr. Benny.
Good boy, Darrell. I'll teach you the movie business yet.
Well, thank you. Thank you very much.
Did you read the script on my life story?
Yes, sir.
Did you like it?
Yes, sir. Especially the scene where you leave NBC and sing, "When I say I beg your pardon, then I'll come back to you."
That's when you say I beg your pardon. Fine studio. That's a great scene. Now, Darrell, my boy, I'm going to give you a break and let you see how a picture is actually made. Come on, let's walk over to stage 3 where they're shooting my biography.
Thank you, sir.
And, Darrell, this picture of mine is going to be as exciting as 20th Century Fox's Snows of Kilimanjaro.
Oh, boss, come now.
Well, I think it will. Here's stage 3. Now, don't make any noise when you're in there, Darrell. The director is very temperamental.
Who's directing the picture, sir?
That famous European director, Dennis von Schmiercase. Come on, let's go in. Look, that's von Schmiercase over there waving his hand.
Quiet on the set there. Ach du lieber, was ist los here? When I say quiet, it's me talking. I want quiet. I want it so quiet that you're going to hear a pin drop.
Oh, Mr. von Schmiercase.
Was ist los? All these interruptions.
It's only me. I want to know how you're getting along with the picture.
Fine. Who's this faker here with the pencil, a writer?
No, he's my office boy.
Yes, my name is Darrell Zanuck. I'm trying to learn the movie business.
Please, Mr. von Schmiercase, the boy's only trying to learn the business.
Yes, tell me, Mr. von Schmiercase, what was the name of the last picture you made in Germany?
Das Trumpete from das Kinder und das Sauerbraten, was hat's geliebt, raus, wir wollten es rein, verloren, wir sollen es rein, wir sollen es rein,
That's the title of the picture?
Yeah.
What does it mean in English?
Lassie, come home. Oh, Miss Van, come here.
Here I am, Mr. von Schmiercase.
Good. Now, in this next scene we are shooting, you are Chuck Benny's mother. Your husband comes home, he rings the bell, you open the door, and he kisses you like so. You take his hat, he kisses you again, like so. You give him his newspaper, and once more he kisses you. You go get him his slippers, and again he kisses you. Then for no reason at all, he kisses you. And then you say thank you, and he kisses you again.
Wait a minute. Wait, I don't remember any scene like that in the script.
Quiet, I'm ad-libbing. Now we will commence shooting the scene. Quiet on the set. Roll 'em. Hold it! Who knocked over that lamp?
I did, sir.
No wonder you're only an office boy. Now listen to me, Zanuck. You get off this set and stay off. Do you hear me? This is von Schmiercase talking, and you're taking orders from me.
Yes, sir. You can bawl me out now, but remember, when Benny's dream is over, you'll take orders from me.
Dream?
Certainly, you're dreaming.
I'm not dreaming. I own this studio. I own it, I tell you. This is my studio, and I'm the boss. I paid $8 million for it. $8 million. Look at me, I'm shorter. The studio's mine, do you hear? Mine. The studio's mine. Mine.
Boss!
Mine.
Boss, wake up!
Huh?
Come on, wake up, you're dreaming.
Oh, gosh. Then it was a dream after all. What a shame.
What do you mean?
I didn't get a chance to kiss Mother goodbye. Oh, well, Rochester, I'll have my dinner now. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to thank Mr. Darrell F. Zanuck for appearing on my program tonight. And next week... Excuse me. Hello?
Hello, Jack. This is Bob Crosby.
Hello, Bob. How did you enjoy your game of golf?
Well, I'm still out at the golf club, but a terrible thing happened to me. Can you lend me $1?
You mean...
Yeah, on the 7th hole, and Don Wilson won't keep his mouth shut.
Well, tell him I'll give him the $1 later. Good night, folks.
The Lucky Strike program starring Jack Benny with Mary Livingston, Rochester, Dennis Day, Bob Crosby, and yours truly, Don Wilson. Ladies and gentlemen, Los Angeles is so proud of its civic beauty that the local Chamber of Commerce supplies visiting tourists with free sightseeing buses. So let's take a tour on one of these buses and see what it's like.
Well, here we are in Beverly Hills. On the left, ladies and gentlemen, is the residence of that very fine dramatic actor, Lionel Barrymore. And to the right is the home of none other than Gary Cooper.
Gee, Gary Cooper, I could sure go for him.
Hey, remember, Poopsie, we're on our honeymoon.
Yeah, we've been married 2 days already.
Nearly 3 days.
Quiet, Mama, or we'll send you home.
Yes, ladies and gentlemen, we're now in the heart of Beverly Hills, which has more movie stars per square mile than any other community.
Oh, look, there's Trigger.
That's my wife. She got one of those new hairdos. And now we're turning into Beverly Drive. At the moment, we're passing the home of Johnny Ray. Look, that's Johnny sitting on the porch laughing. This is his day off.
Gee, imagine the home of Johnny Ray.
Yeah, look at the little white cloud over it.
And now, folks, if you look to the right, you'll see Barbara Stanwyck's house. And next to it is the residence of Mr. and Mrs. Ronald Coleman. And next to that is the home of Jack Benny.
This is where I get off, driver. Stop the bus.
Did you stow away again?
Never mind. Stop the bus.
Watch your step getting off.
Thank you.
Forget the thanks. I don't want you to get hurt and sue the company again.
Oh, quiet.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, we leave Beverly Hills and drive out to Santa Monica. Yes, folks, beautiful Santa Monica.
If there's anything I hate, it's a smart aleck bus driver.
Can't you hear me calling when the rain and them are falling?
Gee, was I surprised when we passed Barbara Stanwyck's house. She's still using those same old curtains. Hello, Rochester.
Hello, boss. You're a little late.
Yeah.
That bus must have gone to Santa Monica first today.
No, we came right to Beverly Hills. Any mail, Rochester?
No, but Miss Louella Parsons called.
Louella Parsons?
Yeah, she wants to get an interview about your career in radio and television.
Well.
And pictures.
Pictures, too?
I talked her into that.
Good. Then is she coming over for the interview?
I told her this evening would be okay.
This evening? Rochester, Louella can't come over tonight. I invited my gang for dinner.
That's good, boss.
Good? What do you mean good?
Be a big shot. Tell her you're giving the dinner in her honor.
Say. Gee, you know, Rochester, you really think fast.
I wouldn't last long around here if I didn't.
Well, you go in the kitchen and get things started, and then Come in. Oh, hello, Mary.
Hello, Jack. The gang get here yet?
Not yet, but guess what? Louella Parsons is coming over tonight to interview me.
She is?
Yeah. Gee, Mary, I want everything to be just right when Louella gets here. Rochester, don't forget to put flowers on the table.
Yes, sir.
And go down to the cellar and bring up some wine.
The cheap wine or the imported stuff from Cucamonga?
The imported wine, of course. Gee, Mary, imagine Louella Parsons coming to interview me. Hope everything goes along all right. Oh, Rochester.
Uh-huh.
Don't forget to put flowers on the table.
I'm putting them.
Oh, yes.
Jack, what are you so nervous about?
I'm not nervous.
Then stop running your fingers through your hair. Put it on and relax.
All right.
Jack, the curl goes in front.
It's not a curl. That's the loop I hang it up with. After all, there's nothing wrong with being neat, you know. That loop is supposed to be in back.
Well, tuck it in. You look like Fu Manchu.
Fu Manchu, Fu Manchu. They might have a May company in China, too, you know. Look, Mary, you... See, I'm hot tonight. Mary, you can stop with the jokes now. Louella Parsons coming over, and I want to make a good impression.
Well, Jack, if you really want to impress her, when she comes in, compliment her.
Compliment her?
Yes, tell her how nice she looks and that she's so much thinner than you thought she was. Women like to hear that.
Yeah, that's a good idea.
You know, Jack, I can't understand why you're so excited. Didn't Louella interview you a few weeks ago?
Yes, Mary. She wrote an article that appeared in a fan magazine about my 20 years in radio.
Was it a nice article?
Well, to tell you the truth, Mary, I never got a chance to read it.
Well, what are you going to do if Louella asks you about it?
I'll just have to change the subject, that's all. Anyway, I just thought of something. Rochester! Put some flowers on the table.
Boss, what are you going to do with Miss Parsons' feet or a barrier?
Now, don't be so smart. And do what I tell you. Now, Mary, come on out in the kitchen and help me get things ready. Whoops! That must be Louella now.
Oh, Jack, it's too early for her.
Oh, yes. Come in! Oh, hello, Dennis. Come on in.
Hello, Mr. Benny. Hello, Mary.
Hello, Dennis.
Dennis, I'm glad you came a little early, because I wanted to...
When do we eat?
That's what I wanted to talk to you about. Now, look, Dennis, I don't want you pulling any silly stuff tonight. We're having Louella Parsons for dinner.
You promised us roast beef.
Dennis, we are having roast beef. Louella Parsons is the guest of honor.
The way prices are today, the roast beef should be the guest of honor.
You said it. Now, look, Dennis. That's a great line I had, wasn't it? You said it. I like those sporty lines, you know? Now, look, Dennis, when Louella gets here, I think it would be nice if you sing a song.
Not me.
Now, Dennis, don't be silly. If you sing for her, she might say something nice about you in her column.
Yeah, that's what I'm afraid of.
What?
I can just see the headline now. Dennis thrills Louella.
Look, kid.
If my girl reads that, she'll slap my face.
Dennis, unfortunately, nobody's going to slap your face. Now, you're going to sing for Louella, and let me hear the song now.
Okay, but if my girl throws me over and marries King Farouk, it'll be your fault.
Mary.
Dennis, sing.
Thanks. Dennis, that was very good, and I want you to sing it just that way when Miss Parsons gets here. It'll be... Oh, I just thought of something. Rochester!
I'm putting them.
I didn't mean that. Look, Rochester, about dessert tonight.
Dessert?
Yes, I'd like to have crepe Suzette.
So would I, but we're having canned peaches.
Why can't we have crepe Suzette? Don't you know how to make them?
Oh, I know how to make them all right, but we have no brandy.
Wait a minute. What happened to those 3 bottles of brandy my sponsor gave me for Christmas?
When Phil Harris came over to say goodbye, he drank a quick toast.
How do you like that? Whoops, that must be Louella now.
All right, Jack, now don't get excited.
Who's excited? Rochester, answer the phone. I mean the door. The door.
Wait a minute, Jack. It'll make a better impression on Louella if you answer it and be charming and gracious.
I will. I'll even bow. I'm coming. Coming. Welcome to my humble abode.
Hey, what are you looking for, Jack? Did you drop something?
Oh, Bob. Don, the sportsman. Come on in, everybody.
Oh, hello, Hi, Jack. Hello, Mary.
Well, this is quite a coincidence, all you guys arriving at the same time.
Oh, Jack, I got here about 10 minutes ago, but I was out in the backyard looking at your swimming pool.
My swimming pool? Why?
Well, I've been thinking of having one put in myself.
They have. worry about it, Bob. We've been doing that for years.
Boy, I really think.
Yeah. What do you think?
I've been thinking of having one put in myself, and I thought maybe I could pick up a few pointers on it.
Oh, yours. Go ahead. Boy, we'll get off of this show Tuesday.
Oh, that's nice, Bob.
Bob, what size swimming pool are you going to put in?
Well, just a normal size, 20 by 40. I don't think I can afford a big one like you or like my brother Bing's.
Well, my pool is pretty big. It's 60 by 100. How big is Bing's pool?
Well, I don't know, but next week's Florence Chadwick is going to try to swim it. Well, Jack, what I want to know about is the upkeep. Is it very expensive to maintain a swimming pool?
Well, not too expensive, but there are certain costs that most people forget.
That's what I've been trying to tell you, Bob. Pool 20 by 40 requires about 40,000 gallons of water.
Oh, I don't have to worry about that. I'm filling my pool with Campbell's soup.
What?
You haven't lived till you've jackknifed into a whole pool full of chicken gumbo.
Gee, if a guy goes down for the third time, he can get fat. Look, fellas, before I forget, I want you all to behave yourself tonight because Louella Parsons is coming here to dinner. She's going to interview me.
Well, Jack, I thought she gave you an interview just a couple of weeks ago.
She did, and that's what I want to talk to you about. She did a big interview on me for a fan magazine. I didn't get a chance to read it. So she mentions it. Please change the subject.
Okay.
In fact, a good idea would be not to talk about me at all. Get on some other subject. Let's talk about politics. Everybody's talking politics now.
Politics?
Yes, for instance, Adlai Stevenson. Adlai Stevenson just visited Los Angeles, and, Eisenhower had a birthday party down in Texas. We can talk about that.
By the way, how old is General Eisenhower?
He's 62.
62, huh?
And Senator Nixon is 39.
That's right.
Gee, Mr. Benny, what a coincidence.
Yeah.
You and Eisenhower are the same age.
We are not. Now, look, everybody, please remember that any time Louella brings up that fan magazine article she wrote about me, change the subject.
Oh, Jack, stop worrying.
Now, Dennis, don't forget, when Louella gets here, I want you to sing that song.
Okay.
Coming. Oh, darn it, Rochester had to leave that footstool in the middle of the hall.
Well, get up and the loop goes in back.
All right. I'm coming.
Jack, don't forget to tell her that she's much thinner than you thought she was.
I'll tell her. Well, Louella Parsons, what a surprise.
Hello, Jack.
Well, come in, Louella.
I would have been here sooner, but the bus went to Santa Monica first.
Oh, yes. Say, Louella, don't put this in your column, but when you passed Barbara Stanwyck's house, did you notice those curtains?
Oh, yes, I have the same kind in my house.
Well, aren't they lovely? Come on in, Louella. I want you to meet my gang. Right this way. They're in the other room. Oh, darn that footstool.
Well, don't stand there. Pick me up.
Oh, yes. I'm sorry, Louella. Hey, fellas, I got a surprise for you. Louella Parsons.
Hello, everybody.
Hello, Louella. Come in.
Yep, she's here for an interview.
How are you, Louella? I haven't seen you for a long time.
I'm just fine, Mary. Just fine.
Well, you look wonderful. Doesn't she, Jack?
Huh?
Doesn't she look wonderful, Jack? Huh?
Oh, yes, yes. You know, Louella, you're not nearly as fat as I thought you were. I mean, Louella, you really look very slender.
That's because she's standing next to Don Wilson.
Dennis, behave yourself. Louella, you know everybody here, don't you?
Oh, yes, of course I do. Oh, Bob, by the way, you're new on Jack's show, aren't you?
That's right, Louella. This is my first season.
Say, how do you like working for Jack?
Oh, it's wonderful. Such a happy gang. We're always laughing. At rehearsals, we laugh. During the show, we laugh. When we get our checks, we laugh.
Yes, yes.
When we try to cash them, we get hysterical.
Mary, please. By the way, Louella, when is this interview you're giving me going to appear in print? Huh?
Next week. But first, I'll tell all about it on my Luster Cream Shampoo program, Tuesday night on the CBS Radio Network.
Oh, then you can do me a big favor, Louella. Would you mention that next Sunday, November 2nd, I'm going to do another television show. See, Dinah Shore is going to be my guest star, and we're going to do Buck Benny Rides Again.
You know, Jack, anything I can do for you, I'm glad to.
Well,
I'll mention it.
Thank you. Now, is there anything else you want to know, Louella?
Yeah, when do we eat?
Oh, I'm sorry, I almost forgot about dinner.
I didn't.
I know.
Dinner is served.
Come on, everybody, let's go in the dining room. Everybody, we're going to eat. Now, sit right here, Louella. Let me fill up your plate. Some roast beef, some green peas, and some mashed potatoes.
Oh, thank you. I just love mashed potatoes. By the way, Jack, how did you like the magazine article I wrote about you a few weeks ago? Did you like where
Here, Louella, have some more mashed potatoes. They're delicious.
Oh, thank you, Jack. Did you read
Here, Louella, have some more mashed potatoes.
Oh, thank you, Mary. Now, as I was saying, I wrote a magazine article about Jack, which appeared in the mashed potatoes. I mean, Fan magazine.
Mashed potato? Oh, sure, Louella. Here, have all you want.
Now, Jack, the main purpose of tonight's interview is to get your reactions to television.
My reactions to television?
Yes. Television is more difficult for the actor than radio. Now, isn't it, Jack?
Oh, that's right, Louella, it is. Television is very demanding. You see, an actor has to rehearse for hours. Then he has to shave as closely as possible. And then the makeup. You don't know what they have to go through makeup. The makeup department spends an hour putting a base on them. Then the first layer of makeup. Then the second layer of makeup. Then they tweeze your eyebrows and rouge your lips.
All that just to be squirted in the face with a seltzer bottle?
Oh, it's murder, you know?
Well, I'll make some notes of this for my new article. By the way, Jack, getting back to the other article I did about you, did you read...
Here, Louella, have some more mashed potatoes.
Oh, that was very thoughtful of you, Don, wasn't it, Louella? Louella? Louella, where are you?
Right over here behind the mashed potatoes.
Oh, well, dig a hole in the middle so I can see you. There, that's better. Now, Louella, rather than just having you ask me a lot of questions, I'll give you a brief story of my life.
All right, Jack, go right ahead.
Now, I was born in Waukegan, Illinois. After graduating grammar school, I took an interest in music. Later, I went to Chicago, where I studied the violin under Hugo Korchak at the Chicago Conservatory of Music. After 4 years of intensive study, my professor took a personal interest in me and arranged for my first appearance...
Shut up!
From that time on, Louella, my career grew by leaps and bounds. In 1934, I was lured to Hollywood and pictures, where I made Broadway Melody, Hollywood Review, and To Be or Not to Be.
And Jack, didn't you make a picture called Man About Town?
Yes, Louella. Then I made George Washington Slept Here, Lost Horizon, Gone with the Wind, A World in His Arms, The Snows of Kilimanjaro, Francis Goes to Anaheim, Azusa, and Cucamonga, The Thief, Ivanhoe, The Great Caruso, Sudden Fear, Somebody Like... Ladies and gentlemen, I want to thank Louella Parsons for appearing on my program tonight. Next Sunday, I'll be doing my second television show of the season, which will go on immediately after my radio show. I hope you'll all be listening and looking. Good night, everybody.
The Lucky Strike program starring Jack Benny with Mary Livingston, Rochester, Dennis Day, Bob Crosby, and yours truly, Don Wilson. Ladies and gentlemen, immediately after this program, Jack Benny does his second television show of the season. Meanwhile, let's go back to Friday evening. It's Halloween. And in Beverly Hills, as in communities all over the country, the little goblins have already started through the neighborhood playing trick or treat.
Well, this is the last house in the block. Before we go to the next street, I think we ought to put all the stuff that we got in one big bag. You go first, Bobby.
I'm Joey. Bobby and me change masks.
Oh, well, it doesn't make any difference. Let's all empty our pockets and see what we got.
I'll go first. I got a piece of fudge, a stick of gum, and 2 lollipops.
I got an apple, some popcorn, 2 cookies, and a chocolate bar.
I got some lemon drops, a peppermint stick, and a donut.
I got a Tootsie Roll, a package of rice. And a can of Strong Heart. Dog food.
Hey, fellas, we're wasting time. Let's get over to the next street and knock on some more doors.
Yeah, come on, kids, let's go. Yeah.
Hey, Bobby. Hey, Bobby, there's that new kid that moves into the neighborhood.
Oh, yeah. Hey, Bud. Hiya, fellas.
Butch, I want you to meet the treasurer of our club, Mr. Jack Benny. Hiya, Mr. Benny.
Hello, Butch.
You can be very proud that you've met Mr. Benny.
I can? Why?
You've just shaken the hand that knocked out Gene Tunney.
And tell Butch why Mr. Benny went to Finland this year.
Yeah. Mr. Benny was the most decorated athlete on the United States Olympic team.
Well, gee, what event was he in?
Are you kidding? He won the 100-meter dash, the pole vault, the discus throw, the broad jump, and the high hurdles.
Holy smoke!
That was in the morning.
Oh, boy, what an athlete.
Yeah, but Mr. Benny doesn't want anybody to know it. He even wears big pads in his coat so his muscles won't show.
And not only that, Butch, Mr. Benny's in the movies, too. He made a picture called The Horn Glows...
Come on, fellas. Come on, let's go. Halloween will be over before we know it. Now, let's go ring some more doorbells.
Okay.
Hey, kids, this is the street where Mary Livingston lives. I'm going over and see her, kids.
Okay.
I'll be back in just a few minutes. Gee, I hope the maid is out tonight so Mary will open the door herself. Boy, will this mask fool her. Trick or treat.
Miss Livingston.
What is it, Pauline? What's the matter?
There's a wolf man at the door.
A wolf man? Oh, Pauline, it's probably some kid. I'll go see.
Mary, it's me.
Oh, for heaven's sake, Jack. Pauline, come out from under the bed.
Did the wolf man go away?
It's not a wolf man. It's Mr. Benny. He pulled his toupee down over his face and cut 2 eyes in it.
Yeah. Mary, do you mind if I come in and sit down for a few minutes? I'm worn out.
Worn out? Why are you so tired?
I don't know. I guess I haven't gotten over the Olympics.
What?
I mean, I walked over from Olympic Boulevard. Oh, boy, let me get into that chair. Say, Mary, I'm not keeping you from anything, am I?
Well, not right now, Jack, but in a little while I've got to go over and help my sister Babe with a Halloween party.
Babe's having another Halloween party? Funny she didn't invite me.
Well, after what happened last year, you can't blame her. What a cheap costume.
What do you mean?
He didn't spend a dime. He put on a pair of shorts, stood out in the cold, and came as Little Boy Blue.
Oh, you're just mad because they gave me first prize. Gosh, my feet hurt. Do you mind if I slip off my shoes?
No, go right ahead.
Ah, that feels better. You know, Mary, we've walked all over the neighborhood.
Jack, I know that's a nice bunch of kids who belong to the Beavers Club, but don't you think you're a little too old for them?
A little, but it's good for kids to have a hero, an idol, someone they can worship.
I know, but what kind of an excuse are you going to give them Wednesday when they find out you weren't elected president?
That's what worries me. The kids won't believe it. They'll demand a recount. Oh, well, I'll think of something.
Mr. Benny! Mr. Benny! We're waiting for you.
Oh, the Beavers are calling me. I gotta go.
All right, Jack. I'm glad you stopped by.
Good night, Mary.
Good night. Oh, Pauline.
Here I am, Miss Livingston. Did Mr. Benny leave?
Yes, Pauline, but he'll be back.
How do you know?
He forgot his shoes.
Oh.
Here. Thanks. All right, fellas, I'm coming. Let's go ring some more doorbells. Gee, kids, we've walked about 3 miles since we left Mary's house. Huh?
Hey, Mr. Benny, isn't this the house where Dennis Day lives?
Yeah. Say, let me go to the door alone. I want to scare Dennis's mother. You kids wait here. I think I'll look in the front window first and see if Mrs. Day is home. Good, it's open, too.
Oh, Dennis! Dennis, where are you?
I'm in the library, Benita.
Dennis, stop imitating Ronald Coleman. Now go sit down and finish your dinner.
Okay. Say, Mother, why are you carrying that baseball bat?
In case some fathead comes to the door to play trick or treat. Dennis, what happened to all the mustard that was in this jar?
Oh, I used it to play a Halloween trick.
A Halloween trick with mustard?
Yeah, I smeared it all over your new nightgown.
What? You smeared mustard on my new nightgown?
Not so loud. You're not supposed to find out till you go to bed.
Oh, every day they're getting babies mixed up in hospitals. But I had to get the right one. Now, Dennis, you've got to rehearse your song for the program, so let me hear it.
Okay, Mother.
I'm getting out of here. I wouldn't go near Mrs. Day with that baseball bat in her hand.
Hey, Mr. Benny, did you scare Dennis's mother?
No, there was nobody home.
But I thought I heard somebody singing with a beautiful voice.
That was me. Yeah, da da dum, da da dum, yeah, da dum, da da dum. Hey, kids, there's a friend of mine coming down the street. You hide in the bushes, and I'll put on my mask and scare him.
Okay.
Oh boy, when he sees this mask, he won't know who it is. He'll jump out of his skin. Boom!
Hello, Mr. Benny.
Mr. Kipton! Hey, kids, Beavers, where are you?
Here we are, Mr. Benny. While you were talking to that man, we rang some more doorbells. Yeah, we divided up our stuff we got. We dumped it all out on the sidewalk. We got a bag of Circus peanuts, a stick of gum, a penny, a bottle of Coke, and a Tootsie Roll. I'll take the Coca-Cola. I'll take the Tootsie Roll. I'll take the lollipop. Now, it's between you and me, Mr. Benny. Which do you want, the stick of gum or the penny?
Well, I guess I'll take the stick of gum.
Okay, then get your foot off the penny.
Huh? Oh, I'm sorry. Say, kids, while we're in this neighborhood, let's go over to Bob Crosby's house.
Okay, right. Gee, Bob Crosby lives in a swanky neighborhood. He sure does.
Yes, sir. You know, he's working for me now.
Which house is Bob? The one with the for sale sign.
I'll ring the bell.
Yes?
Trick or treat!
Hello, Bob.
Well, hi, Jack. Gosh, who are these guys with you? Your writers?
No. These kids are Beavers.
Beavers, oh. Certainly I should have known your writers look more like Gophers.
Yeah, 3 of them type with their teeth. Let's go in, kids.
Who is it, Bob?
Oh, honey, Jack Benny's here with the Beavers.
Oh, how nice.
Jack, I don't think you've ever met my wife. This is June.
Well, I'm very glad to know you.
Thank you. Now, kids, there's a lot of candy on the dining room table, so don't be bashful.
Oh, boy. Come on, fellas.
Jack, come back here.
Oh, yes. I'm sorry.
Well. So I've finally met Jack Benny.
That's right. I suppose Bob has told you all about me.
Oh, yes. May I help you to a chair?
Help me to...
Say, Jack, you know, it's kind of bad you didn't get here a few minutes earlier. All the guys in the band were out celebrating Halloween. They all dropped in.
The boys in our orchestra?
Yeah, boy, what a gang. Especially Sammy, the drummer.
Sammy, what did he do?
He painted his head orange, put a lighted candle in his mouth, and came as a jack-o'-lantern.
Thought I heard a drum in your house. No kidding, Bobby. Listen, has Sammy been drinking?
I think so. He sneezed and set the curtains on fire.
Well, how do you like that? Say, was Bagby the piano player here, too?
Yes, Jack, Bagby was here, but I must admit that he was very dignified.
Bagby, dignified?
Ultra. My goodness, he put a cork in the hole in his head and came as Lord Calvert.
Oh, my goodness, I wish I could have seen those guys. Hey, Bob, tell me, what about Remley?
You're standing on him.
I thought it was a bearskin rug. Well, it's getting late. The Beavers and I better run along. See you later, Bob. It's been a pleasure meeting you, June.
Thank you.
So long.
Goodbye, Jack.
Goodbye, Jack.
Come on, Beavers. Come on.
See, that Bob Crosby's a nice guy. And what a wife. Yeah, she's beautiful. She certainly is. She's got the bluest eyes I've ever seen.
Oh, yeah? Come over here under the street light. There. Now, come on, kids. We got about 5 more houses. Now, where do we go next?
Hey, I know a good Halloween trick.
What?
Well, there's 5 of us. Let's go tip over Don Wilson.
No, we mustn't do that. But let's go over to his house anyway.
Okay.
Now, come on, Beavers. It's getting late. Hey, kids, come on out and we'll... Kids! Now, where do they go? I better give the Beaver a call. That's the Beaver's distress signal. I better hurry. Coming, fellas, coming! I wonder what happened. I hope it's nothing serious. Well, there they are behind that fence. What happened, fellas? What happened?
Stevie tore his pants climbing over this fence. Yeah, and I want to go home.
Oh, come on, Stevie. That's nothing to cry over. What's so bad about tearing a hole in your pants?
I was carrying my rabbit there and he got away. I want to go home.
Oh, don't let that rip in your pants spoil our fun. I'll climb over the fence and fix it for you. Well, I better go home, too. So long, fellas. We all better go.
Okay, Mr. Banks. Before we break up, we want to say something to you.
What is it, fellas?
For he's a jolly good beaver, for he's a jolly good beaver, for he's a jolly good beaver. But we wish he'd pay his dues.
I will, fellas, I will. I see you at the next meeting. So long, Beavers.
Mr. Benny, bye.
So long. Gee, what a night. Such fun. Yeah, it's great to be young. Going around from door to door and... Uh-oh. I wonder... Well, it won't hurt to try. Trick or treat?
I'm sorry, but I'm only the watchman in this bank.
Oh. Some people never get into the Halloween spirit. Oh, well, I might as well go home. For I'm a jolly good beaver, for I'm a jolly good beaver, for I'm a jolly good beaver. Ladies and gentlemen, I'll be back in a minute because I want to tell you what I'm going to do today on my television show, which goes on immediately after this program. But first, here's something very important about the election. Your duty as a free citizen is to vote, and this coming Tuesday is the day. So make a note to be sure to vote. Join your friends and neighbors at the ballot box Tuesday and vote as you please, but vote. See you at the polls. Thank you.
Jack will be back. The Lucky Strike program starring Jack Benny with Mary Livingston, Rochester, Dennis Day, Bob Crosby, and yours truly, Don Wilson. Ladies and gentlemen, let's go back to yesterday, a half hour before rehearsal. Jack has dropped in at the corner drugstore, and at the moment we find him sitting at the counter reading a newspaper.
Here's an interesting item. According to a national survey, in 20 years, California will be the number one state. Los Angeles will be the number one city. This anticipation of industrial growth has made the city of Los Angeles very smug. Look at the way they spell smug. S-M-O-G. No, they did spell it S-M-U-G. I wonder what makes my eyes water like that. Anyway, I think it's wonderful that...
Do you want to order now?
Huh?
You've been sitting on that stool for 10 minutes.
Well, I'm waiting for someone.
Well, don't wrinkle up that newspaper or we'll never be able to sell it.
I won't. I wonder how... Here's an article that's hard to believe. A famous scientist claims that it won't be long before people will be living on the moon. Hey, that gives me an idea for a joke for my radio program. If people live on the moon, prices will be sky high. Hey, that's a good joke. I better write it down. Say, miss, do you have a pencil?
I heard it. Don't bother.
I didn't ask for an opinion. I've been a big radio star for 20 years. And when it comes to jokes, I know what I'm doing.
Look, I've got other customers. Do you want to order now?
I told you I'm waiting for someone.
If you're trying to make me jealous, forget it.
I'm not trying to make you jealous. And anyway, a fine waitress you are. I've been sitting here for 15 minutes. You didn't even bring me a glass of water.
Okay.
I think she's smart. I didn't like her when she was a brunette. I don't know why. She always has to pick on me.
Hello, Jack.
Oh, Bob. Hey, Bob Crosby. I've been waiting for you. Sit down.
Well, thank you.
Do you want to order now?
Oh, yeah. Now, look, miss. I'll have a club sandwich. And here's the way I want it made. I want it on white bread, slightly toasted. I want the bacon and tomato in the lower half, and the chicken and the lettuce in the upper half. Trim the crust, cut it in 3 parts, and put a slice of pickle on the top.
Okay. 1 club sandwich for an architect.
What about you, Bob?
Well, Jack, I don't know. I'm not too hungry right now, but, well, then again, oh, miss,
Yeah?
is it all right if I take something out?
Are you kidding? I'll go get my hat and coat.
He didn't mean that. Look, Bob, while you're deciding on what you want, I'm going over to the drug counter to get some razor blades.
Okay, Jack. And let me see. Maybe I should eat something here, then I wouldn't be so hungry.
Oh, hello, Bob.
Well, Mary, sit down.
I thought Jack was here.
Oh, he is. He went over to the drug counter to buy some razor blades.
Well,
what are you laughing at, Mary?
Jack is the only man I know who has a single-edge razor and buys double-edged blades.
What does he do that for?
He cuts them in half.
Boy, what a guy, huh? I heard that Jack is the only man in the world who gets his dental floss retreaded.
Jack does have his peculiarities, but he is sweet, and he tries so hard. I'll never forget the first time I went out with him. When he called for me, I opened the door, and there he stood with the biggest orchid I ever saw.
An orchid, huh?
It was so beautiful, I made him buy me one, too. Don't tell him I told you.
Yeah, I hated to sneak out like that and leave Bob and Mary in the drugstore, but when that dame started screaming, it was embarrassing. Well, I might as well go in the studio and rehearse.
Hello, Mr. Benny.
Oh, hello, Harry. Any fan mail?
Yes, Mr. Benny, you got 8,000 letters.
Harry, I'm alone.
Oh, nothing.
Botch me and botch you. Botch me and botch you. And
Yeah, and that isn't all I'm mad about. I got plenty to say to you.
There's Dennis talking in that phone booth.
Yeah, plenty. I've taken all the guff out of you I'm gonna take.
Hey, that kid's really mad.
Oh, no, you listen to me. I've listened to you long enough. As far as I'm concerned, you're nothing but a low, underhanded, double-dealing conniver.
Wow.
Oh, I know you put it over on me, but I'm going to see to it you don't take advantage of anybody else. You heard me. Ah, shut up!
Dennis.
Oh, hello, Mr. Benny. Excuse me a minute. Operator, Mr. Benny is standing right here. You must have given me the wrong number.
Dennis, hang up that receiver and come out of that booth.
Yes, sir.
Dennis, anytime you have something to say to me, I want you to say it to my face, not on the phone. And anyway, I don't know what you're complaining about. I've treated you well. I've looked out for your interests. I've guided you. I've helped you. I've given you advice. Well, I've even tried to be a father to you.
Only on Father's Day.
What?
What you'll do for a lousy tie.
Never mind. Now, Dennis, when we get in the studio, I want you to run over your song first.
Oh, Jack.
Yeah?
Jack, I've got to tell you the most wonderful thing.
Oh, Mary.
Now, Bob, don't be so modest.
What is it, Mary?
Jack, look at that sack of fan mail he got.
I see it.
I even got a letter from your sister in Chicago.
get in the studio. Okay, fellas. Okay, quiet down. We're going to start rehearsal. Dennis, have you got your music? Dennis, where are you going?
Back to the phone booth.
Why?
See if I can get another wrong number. I'm in a fighting mood.
Now, cut that out and let me hear... that clock on the wall, is that the right time?
Yes, it's 1:30. Why?
Well, for heaven's sake, I thought I'd have time to finish rehearsal before I go to my doctor's office.
What do you have to go to your doctor's for?
Well, I had a checkup a few days ago, and everything is fine, but I want to see my x-ray pictures, and the doctor wants to give me a couple of vitamin shots. It'll only take a little while.
Well, you want me to drive you over?
Well, Rochester has the car in the parking lot, so he'll drive me down.
Okay, I'll go with you.
Oh, thanks, Mary. Dennis, you rehearse your song. We'll be back soon.
Are you and Miss Livingston comfortable back there, boss?
Yes, thank you. But, Rochester, this back seat seems to be higher than usual, and we keep sliding forward. Why is that?
Well, I put some big truck tires on the rear wheels and small tires on the front wheels.
What's that for?
To encourage the motor that thinks we're coasting downhill.
Well, that's the silliest thing I ever heard. You're always trying to fool the motor.
Well, boss, last winter you were the one who put on fishtail fenders so people would think you had a Cadillac.
Jack, did you really put on fishtail fenders?
Yeah.
Did it fool anybody?
No people, only fish.
Oh, stop making things up. And hurry, I want to get to the doctor's office. Rochester, slow down. The light on the corner's turning red.
Don't worry, by the time we reach it, it'll be green again.
Anyway, we turn here for my doctor's office.
Yes, sir.
You know, Mary, I've been thinking, it seems that every time I go to a doctor or a hospital for a checkup or an examination, you're always with me. Gee, it's awfully nice of you.
Well, it's not a matter of being nice, Jack. I have to be with you when you go for medical examination in case you need me.
Need you?
Yes. How you ever got that transfusion clause in my contract, I'll never know.
My agent thinks of everything. Anyway, this time I'm only going to get a vitamin shot.
Here you are, Mr. Benny.
Thank you, Rochester. Watch your step, Mary.
Mr. Benny, while you're in the doctor's office, I'll go to the market and do the shopping.
Oh, fine.
I made out the list, and the groceries amount to $17.
$17? Here you are.
And $1.50 for a haircut.
$1.50? Wait a minute, Rochester. I'm not supposed to pay for your haircuts.
This one's for you. I got it in the glove compartment.
Well, I'll take care of it myself tomorrow. I want to get a shine at the same time, too.
I can get that for you, too. I'm wearing your shoes.
Never mind. I'll do it myself. Come on, Mary.
Yes?
Oh, nurse, I have an appointment with Dr. Stevens.
Yes, sir, in just a few minutes. But first, I'll have to have some information about you.
Well, they have it at the hospital. They took it when I went in for my checkup.
Well, we need this for the office.
Oh. Well, my name is...
Just a second, sir. I have to write this down. I want to get a pencil. There. Now, your name?
Jack Benny.
Occupation?
Radio comedian.
Are you currently employed?
Yes, I am.
How tall are you?
5'11".
Your weight?
165.
Your age?
39.
39. Now, Mr. Benny, have you
Just
ever...
a minute, nurse. I happen to notice on your desk you have another chart, and the age is also marked 39.
Yes.
Whose chart is that?
Grandma Moses.
Oh.
Now, Mr. Benny. Where were we?
Look, nurse, I haven't got much time. I want to see Dr. Stevens.
Well, he's busy now. You'll have to wait. Sit over there by that gentleman in the corner.
Oh, is his appointment ahead of mine?
Oh, he's not waiting to see Dr. Stevens. He has an appointment with our psychiatrist.
Psychiatrist? Huh? He isn't violent, is he?
Oh, far from it. In fact, he's very gentle. He thinks he's a rabbit.
Come on, Mary, let's sit down.
Jack, what are you so mad about?
That smart aleck nurse trying to kid me, a rabbit. The man looks just as normal as I do.
Jack, there isn't room for both of us to sit on the sofa.
Yes, there is, Mary. I'll ask him to move over. Pardon me, sir.
Yeah. What's up, Doc?
Say, you really do think you're a rabbit?
Yeah.
Where do you live?
Oh, I have a nice little hutch in Brentwood.
Mary, move over. Tell me, mister, did you always think you were a rabbit?
No. Up until last week, I thought I was a turkey.
Up until last week, yeah? What made you stop being a turkey?
Well, it's so close to Thanksgiving, they turned me down for life insurance.
Oh.
I want a double indemnity.
I see.
With cranberry sauce.
Well, that's the only way to have it. Anyway, maybe you're better off being a rabbit.
Yeah. Well, I can't wait any longer for that psychiatrist. Bye, Doc.
Of all the silly guys thinking he's a rabbit. Some people...
Yes, doctor. Oh, very well, sir. I'll send in the next patient. It's Mr. Benny. What? No, it's Benny. Bunny just left. Yes, sir. Go right in, Mr. Benny. Dr. Nelson will see you now.
Dr. Nelson? But Dr. Stevens is my doctor.
Well, he's in surgery now, so Dr. Nelson will take care of you.
Oh. Where's his office?
Right down the hall.
Thank you. I'll be right back, Mary.
Hi, Rube.
Huh?
You remember me?
Oh, yes. Yeah, you're the fellow from Calabasas. What are you doing here?
I brought my wife to the doctor. She's going to have a baby.
A baby? Say, how many kids have you got now?
This will be the 16th.
Gosh, 16 kids. What are their names?
Well, there's Albert, Hiram, Ella, Julius, Catherine, Jeanette, Bertram, Herman, Blue Cross, Howard.
Wait a minute. Wait, you named one of your children Blue Cross?
Yep. My wife's been in the hospital so much we felt we owed them something.
Say, with such a large family, you must have a pretty big farm.
Oh, one of the biggest in Calabasas.
What do you raise there?
Albert, Hiram, Ella.
I mean, besides them, what kind of crop do you grow on your farm? Huh?
Well, the whole place is a big vineyard. We grow nothing but grapes.
Grapes, huh?
That's right, Rube. I press my own wine, too. Got the happiest feet in town. Well, I better be getting back in the waiting room. So long, Rube. So long.
So long, so long. Someday I must ask him why he keeps calling me Rube. Oh, here's Dr. Nelson's office. Oh, Doctor. Doctor. Doctor, I'm Jack Benny. I was told to see you.
Why do they always come to me at the last minute?
Now, look, I came here to have a vitamin shot. Give it to me so I can go.
Yes, now, just a minute. I want to test my hypodermic to see that the needle isn't stopped up. Now I'm ready for you.
Wait a minute, Doctor. You're not going to give me a shot with that needle. Why have you got such a big one anyway?
Well, I'm nearsighted and I don't want to miss.
Now, just a second, Doctor.
Oh, stop being such a baby. Roll up your sleeve and I'll give you the shot. It won't hurt a bit, I promise.
Well, all right. There, my sleeve's up.
Okay. Here goes. There you are.
Ouch! Ooh. Doctor, it did hurt when you... But wait a minute. I do feel better already. Say, Doctor, what vitamins did you inject me with?
D-O-F-R-B.
D-O-F-R-B. What's that?
Dad's old-fashioned root beer.
What?
I'm sorry it hurt, but the ice cream got stuck in the needle.
Well, that's the most ridiculous thing I've ever heard. I'll come back tomorrow when my regular doctor is there. Did you get all your shopping done, Rochester?
Yes, boss. How'd you make out at the doctor's?
Oh, fine, fine. Rochester, maybe on the way home we should... Look out! Gee, fella, I'm sorry we ran into you. Are you hurt?
No, but you knocked the carrot out of my hand.
What?
So long, Doc.
Good night, folks.
The Lucky Strike program starring Jack Benny with Mary Livingston, Rochester, Dennis Day, Bob Crosby, the Sportsman Quartet, and yours truly, Don Wilson. Ladies and gentlemen, it's morning in Beverly Hills, and as we look in on the Benny household, we find Jack just entering the kitchen.
Rochester must have overslept again. I'll go wake him up and have him fix my breakfast. I don't know why it is, but every time I give him a day off, the next morning he oversleeps. It's the second time it's happened this year. Oh, well, I might as well let him sleep and fix breakfast myself. Now, let's see, where does Rochester keep the coffee? I'll try this cupboard here. No, it's filled with ideal dog food. I'll try this one. No, this one's filled with ideal dog food, too. Maybe it's in this cupboard. More ideal dog food. There's no doubt about it. I'll either have to get a dog or stop mentioning that stuff on my program. Well, I can't find the coffee. I'll just have to wake Rochester. Rochester, it's time to get up. Rochester, get up. I'll take this feather duster and tickle his chin.
Honey, you sure got long eyelashes.
Rochester, get up.
Huh? What? Oh, it's you, Mr. Benny.
Yes, it's me, honey, and I want my breakfast.
I'll get it. Gosh, boss, I'm sorry you woke me up when you did. I was having the most wonderful dream.
I know. You were dreaming about a girl.
Yeah, we were going to get married, and you offered me a $50 raise.
I offered you a $50 raise?
Uh-huh. And just as you were giving it to me, you woke me up.
Oh.
That's the third time it's happened.
I know, you told me.
Once I dreamed you were cutting my salary, and you let me sleep till 4 in the afternoon.
It was just a coincidence. Anyway, I'll answer the door, Roger. You get dressed and make my breakfast.
Yes, sir.
Hello, Polly. Oh, you're still sulking, huh, Polly? Coming.
Hello, Jack.
Oh, Mary, come on in.
I was just talking to your neighbors, the Colemans.
Oh, Ronnie and Benita?
Yes, and I passed their house. Benita was sweeping the porch, and Ronnie was cleaning the windows.
Benita and Ronnie were doing their own housework?
Yes, they told me their butler quit.
Their butler quit? Why?
They said they have to live next to you. He doesn't.
He'll be back. He's run away before, you know.
Oh, hello, Polly. Come on, Polly. Speak. Speak. Jack, what have you been feeding this bird?
It wasn't my fault, Mary. She happened to find a can opener.
What?
Nothing. Come in. Oh, hello, Dennis.
Oh, hello, Mr. Benny. Hello, Mary.
Hi, Dennis. What are you doing around here?
Oh, I'm thinking of moving. I've been looking at houses all day.
Oh, you want to buy a house?
Yeah. How much would you take for this one?
Oh, don't be silly, Dennis. My house isn't for sale.
I know, but if it were for sale, how much would you take?
Well, hey, let me see. See, it's in the best part of Beverly Hills, and I have an acre of land, 12 rooms, a swimming pool. Oh, I'd ask about $100,000.
I wouldn't have this dump if you gave it to me.
Look, Dennis, I don't want any trouble with you. You asked me how much my house was worth. I told you $100,000.
Does the price include the Venetian blinds?
Yes. Also the drapes and the carpets. Anyway, Dennis, what's wrong with the house you're living in now? You just moved in.
I know, but it's too inconvenient.
Inconvenient?
Yeah, in order to get to the bedroom, you have to go through the furnace.
Well, that I don't understand at all.
Dennis, what kind of a house are you looking for?
Oh, a sort of a ranch house. You know, everything on one floor.
How many rooms?
Well, I'd like 2 bedrooms, a den, a living room, and a kitchen.
How about a bath?
No, thanks. I had one this morning.
Why do I always get trapped into these things? Mary talks to him, she gets a sensible answer. I ask a sensible question, what do I get? Abbott and Costello.
Dennis, are you just looking for a house in Beverly Hills?
No, they're so hard to find. I've been looking everywhere. Hollywood, Burbank, Encino, Brentwood, but I haven't been able to find one.
Really?
So now I'm going to try and find a house in Washington, D.C.
Washington, D.C.? Dennis, why in the world would you...
No, Mary, no. Mary, no.
Huh?
Look, it's bad enough that he traps me. I'm not going to let him make a fool out of you. Dennis, let me hear the song you're going to do on this week's program.
Yes, sir.
But, Jack, I want to know why in the world he would go to Washington, D.C. to...
Mary, please, I'm doing this for your own good. Sing, Dennis.
Okay.
Now, don't ask any questions.
Mr. Benny. Mr. Benny.
Huh?
Did you like my song?
Oh, yes, kid. I'm sorry. I was thinking of something else.
Well, I got to go look for a house now. Goodbye, Mary.
Bye.
Goodbye, Mr. Benny.
Huh? Oh, goodbye, Dennis.
Jack, what were you thinking about?
Well, I wanted to ask Dennis... No, I'm glad I didn't. I can't stand it anymore. I've got to do it. Dennis, come back here.
Oh, yes, Mr. Benny?
Dennis, what makes you think you can find a house in Washington, D.C.?
Eisenhower did.
Go home! That's me. I couldn't let well enough alone. I had to go out and ask. I was standing here minding my own business. I had to go out.
Jack.
What?
Jack, look, I got to be running along, too.
I couldn't stand it. I knew it. I knew you were going to.
Jack,
I had to run. What?
I've got to be running along, too.
Well?
By the way, don't forget to send a wire congratulating Amos and Andy on their 10,000th broadcast.
I did. Imagine Amos and Andy, their 10,000th broadcast. Say, Mary, haven't I been on the air that long?
No, Jack, it just seems that way.
I had to ask. Well, Mary, for you... For your information. There's the phone. Excuse me a minute.
Well, I got to be running along.
Okay. Goodbye. Hello?
Hi, Jack.
Who's this?
Bob Crosby.
Oh, hello, Bob. I didn't recognize your voice. What is it?
Well, I'm having a few of the boys over for a friendly game of poker tonight, and I thought maybe you'd like to join us.
Well, what stakes do you play for?
5 and 10.
5 and 10? Oh, wait a minute. That's a little too steep for me. You know?
Oh, no, Jack. Not $5 and $10, 5 and 10 cents.
Well, that's what I thought you meant. Well, Bob, who's going to be in the game, eh?
Well, just some of the musicians, Jack. We got Bagby, Fletcher, Remley, Sammy the drummer, Kimmick, and Arturo Toscanini.
Arturo Toscanini? Do you mean...
Oh, no, this is another one. He slaps a bass for Wingy Minot.
Oh.
It confuses everybody.
Well, I should imagine, huh?
Well, how about it, Jack? Could you come on over tonight?
Well, I don't know, Bob. I might drop around for some laughs,
Oh,
you know.
that's swell. We'll be playing out by the pool. We'll all be in our swimming trunks.
Wait a minute, Bob. Won't the boys be cold and nothing but trunks?
Yeah, but they won't play cards with each other wearing anything that has pockets or sleeves.
You've caught on to these guys already, haven't you?
You're not kidding.
Well, Bob, maybe I'll drop over, even if it's just for laughs. you know.
Okay, I'll see you later. Bye.
So long, Bob.
Oh, say, Jack, what goes with Dennis Day?
What do you mean?
Well, he was over to see me last night. He wants to buy my house.
Did he offer you a good price?
Yeah, but I turned it down.
Why?
Well, he wanted me to include my Venetian blinds, drapes, and children.
What a kid. So long, Bob.
Bye, Jack.
That kid Dennis will drive everybody crazy till he finds a house.
Say, boss, I've got your breakfast ready.
Bring it in the den. I might sit around for a while and read.
Okay.
I don't know, these days with radio and television, I haven't been reading very much. A lot of good books here, too. Let's see, here's one, The Spice of Variety, edited by Abel Green. Out of the Blue by John Crosby. He's the radio columnist. Spindletop by James Clark. Oh, here's a new book that just came out. That's What I Like About the South by Dwight Eisenhower. Here's another. It Takes All Kinds by Maurice Zoloto. Oh, let's see this one. The Cosmic Effects of Nuclear Fission on Psychological Aberrations. Oh, yes, that was given to me for Christmas by Frank Remley. Let's see, I don't know what book to read. Oh, here's one, The Purple Pirate. Gee, that ought to be good. So many pirate pictures out now. Yankee Buccaneer, the Crimson Pirate, the Golden Hawk. I think I'll read this one. The Purple Pirate, Chapter 1.
Yes, I am a pirate. My name is Captain Morgan. As my story opens, we had been at sea almost a year. My ship had just captured a rich prize, a schooner homeward bound from the Orient and laden with cargo. We transferred her cargo to our hold, and the crew lined the rail and watched as we prepared to send the captured vessel to the bottom.
All right, gunners, we're going to sink her. Fire!
She's sinking fast, Captain.
Good. Tell me, Red Robert, did we get much booty?
It was a rich haul, Captain. 100 bolts of silk, 50 barrels of rare spices, 10 sacks filled with gold, and 4 cases of ideal dog food.
Fine. My supply was running low.
That isn't all the loot, sir. We found a small sack of diamonds, some rubies, and best of all, a woman's dress.
A woman's dress? What's so wonderful about that?
Oh, you ought to see what's in it.
You mean we've captured a woman?
Yes, sir, and we also captured the captain of that ship.
Good. Bring him to me.
Aye, aye, sir.
In a few minutes, both the captain and the girl were standing before me. I looked them over very carefully for a long time. Finally, I spoke.
Which one of you is the captain?
He is, of course.
There was no doubt about it. I'd been away from land too long. As I stood there, the schooner's gruff captain turned to me and spoke.
Are you the captain of these pirates?
Yes.
Are you responsible for blowing my ship to bits?
Yes.
Did you make some of my men walk the plank?
Yes.
Did you hang all the rest of them?
Yes.
Do you think that was nice?
No.
Well, watch it next time.
I sent him below, then I turned my attention to the girl. She was wearing a tight skirt, a yellow sweater, and a large button that said, "I like Louis the 14th." As she stood before me, I remembered the superstition of the sea. A woman aboard a pirate ship is an omen of bad luck. I was in a predicament. Should I keep her aboard and risk mutiny, or make her walk the plank? I decided to flip a coin. Head, she stays. Tails, she walks the plank. Head, she stays. Then I turned to her and said,
What is your name, my pretty wench?
Marie Antoinette, Crestview 7, 3808.
What?
If a man answers, it's my sister Babe.
I had to ask.
We continued talking, and the crew was so happy over the rich prize we had captured, they didn't mind a woman being aboard. And that evening, as we sailed the tropical sea neath the full moon, they even gathered around the quarterdeck and began to sing. We continued scouring the sea, and then our luck went bad. We sighted no more ships. Our supplies ran low. The men were in a mutinous mood. They became surly and refused to obey orders. And then suddenly, we were attacked by the most ruthless of all French pirates, Dennis Lafitte.
Red Robert, get the men to their battle station.
Aye, aye, sir. Bagby, Remley, Fletcher, Kimmick, man your guns. It's no use, Captain, it's no use. The men are revolting.
Would you repeat that?
The men are revolting.
Robert hadn't been with us long, or he never would have thrown a feed line like that. The battle went badly, and we suffered heavy casualties. Finally, to save lives, I decided to surrender. I grabbed a white flag and started to wave it.
Hey, give me those back.
I'm sorry, miss, but this is no time to be doing your laundry.
We were taken prisoners and immediately locked in the dark hold of the ship. For 3 days, we didn't see our cruel captor. Dennis Lafitte didn't kill his prisoners by making them walk the plank. Oh, no. He was too cruel for that. He would make you stick your head through a hole in the canvas while his crew lined up and threw baseballs at you. This wasn't so bad, but the men behind you with those darts were murdered. Finally, on the 4th day, he ordered me and the girl to be brought to him. As we stood trembling before Lafitte, the terror of the 7 seas, he said,
Nom de cochon, qui installe votre grand-père Chine de la Panze? Veuillez pour l'Imparis.
Huh?
You are in the presence of the great Lafitte. Kneel, you pig.
Yes, sir.
Good. Now you kneel, too.
Yes, sir.
Ah, how I love to play the leapfrog.
What are your plans for us, Lafitte?
You had to ask me.
I'm going to ask you again. What? What are your plans for us, Lafitte?
For you, mon capitaine, you have the choice of joining me or dying.
Well, I'll join you. Do I still retain my rank as captain?
Captain. You fool, you'll be my slave.
A slave? I'd rather die first. You don't know us Englishmen very well.
All right, you die.
What about the girl? Are you going to kill her?
You don't know us Frenchmen very well.
What?
I shall marry the girl and make her the pirate queen. She will be my wife, my sweetheart. And now I kiss her.
She'd rather die first.
You keep out of this.
I was in a predicament. Either I became Lafitte's slave, or I walked the plank. I didn't know what. There's the door buzzer.
Right. Door buzzer, right in the most interesting part. I can't even read a book around here. Rochester! Oh, darn it. Coming! Middle of a book.
Mr. Benny?
Yes?
I'm from Beacon's Van and Storage Company. We got 2 truckloads to unload here.
Furniture?
No, ideal dog food.
Well, put it in the swimming pool. The garage is full. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to congratulate my good friends Freeman Gosden and Charlie Carell, better known to the entire world as Amos and Andy, who today are celebrating their 10,000th radio broadcast. Man, they must be loaded. Good night, folks.
The Lucky Strike program starring Jack Benny with Mary Livingston, Rochester, Dennis Day, Bob Crosby, and yours truly, Don Wilson. Ladies and gentlemen, yesterday one of the biggest football games in the country was played here at the Los Angeles Coliseum. Because of that fact, I had hoped to bring you the USC quarterback or the UCLA quarterback.
Don.
Unfortunately, I was unable to get either of them.
Don.
So tonight, instead, I bring you a man who is an expert on getting a quarterback. And here he is, Jack Benny.
Thank you. Hello again, this is Jack Benny talking, and Don, I tried to interrupt you because not only did I know that you were going to tell a corny joke, but I didn't even think it was funny.
Oh, gosh, Jack, I thought it was exceptionally funny.
Oh, you did, huh?
Yes, not only that, I thought it was very topical.
I see. Well, speaking of things being topical, Don, about 3 weeks ago, the nation decided it was time for a change. I may make one around here, too. Are you listening, Harry?
Harry Truman?
No, Von Zell. So let's be a little more careful with our... Oh, hello, Bob.
Hiya, Jack. Hello, Don.
Hello, Bob.
Say, were you fellas at the football game yesterday?
No, I wanted to go, but it was impossible to get tickets.
Yeah, it was a complete sellout.
Oh, I know, but I was lucky. Sammy the drummer got me mine.
Sammy the drummer? How did he get tickets?
Oh, it's easy for him. He's a graduate of UCLA.
No. Sammy graduated from college?
Yep, he's got his sheepskin and everything.
I just won't believe you till I see the diploma.
Well, go take a look. It's stretched across his drum.
Looks like he's got on his head there, something. You mean the snare drum with the writing on it?
That's it.
Oh, is that a diploma? I thought it was his parole. The governor's signature threw me there. Imagine Sammy being a college graduate, huh?
Well, I'm just as surprised as you are, Jack, but Sammy told me that he studied medicine. He passed all his examinations, and he's a licensed physician and surgeon.
Well, I'll be.
And I'm getting a lot of surprises from these guys. I heard about a thing that happened last New Year's Eve that was unbelievable.
What was it?
Well, the musicians were having a big New Year's party when suddenly one of the boys got an attack of appendicitis.
Uh-huh.
Well, they couldn't get another surgeon, so, Sammy rolled up his sleeves, went to work, and he took out Remley's appendix.
Gosh, that was wonderful.
Oh, no, it wasn't. It was Bagby who had the appendicitis.
Well, then why did Sammy do a silly thing like that, operating on Remley?
Well, that's a natural mistake. Bagby was standing up. Remley was lying down.
Holy smoke. But, Bob, how come Sammy had his surgical instruments with him at a party?
Oh, he didn't.
Then how could he operate?
Well, he used a broken bourbon bottle.
No.
Yeah, it cut and sterilized at the same time.
Well, this is the most amazing conversation I've ever had. Imagine a doctor in the orchestra there.
You know, Jack, we shouldn't be too surprised. You must have noticed every time Sammy signs his name, he puts MD after it.
I know, but I always thought that stood for marinated drummer. After all, just because a man has MD after his name. What's that?
Well, that's Mary over there in the corner.
Oh, yes. Hey, what's so funny, Mary?
Oh, I was just reading this letter from my mother.
Oh, another letter from your mother,
Uh-huh.
huh? Well, what does the Mrs. Peepers of Plainfield have to say?
Well, I'll read it to you. My darling daughter, Mary.
Always starts like that, doesn't it?
Just a short note to let you know we're all well and hope you are the same.
Mm-hmm.
Your father isn't home much these days as he become more active in his lodge.
Oh.
In fact, last night he was there quite late playing poker. I think he lost because when he came home to go to bed, he didn't have to take off his clothes.
Poor Papa. He always was a sucker for drawing to inside straight.
But anyway, Papa's been awfully sweet to me lately. Saturday he bought me a lovely orchid, and when he took me to Aunt Mildred's silver wedding anniversary.
Mary, your Aunt Mildred's been married 25 years?
No, 25 times.
Oh.
No other news. Your loving mother, Bebop Livingston.
Bebop Livingston?
P.S. Mary, do you remember that crazy, crazy turkey we had in our backyard? Well, yesterday, Papa gave it a downbeat with an axe, and now it's real gone.
I'll have Fletcher explain that to me, you know? Mary, your mother certainly keeps up with the times. Oh, Dennis, it's time for your... Where's Dennis?
He isn't here.
That's funny. He was here at rehearsal. I wonder where that silly kid is. Just when he's supposed to do his number. Say, has Dennis come in yet?
I haven't seen him yet, Jack.
Don, can the quartet sing another number?
Oh, they'd love to, Jack, but they've got to leave for Wilmington right away. They're swimming the channel to Catalina.
Gosh, what a publicity stunt, huh?
Publicity stunt, nothing.
What?
They have to make an appearance in Avalon. And on what you pay them, they can't afford to take the boat.
Hey, look at him shake, folks. And the song says it takes two to tango. Control yourself, Don.
Oh, say, Jack, I meant to ask you something.
Ask me what, Mary?
Oh, why didn't you pick me up and take me to the studio this morning? I had to take a cab.
But, Mary, I didn't know I was supposed to pick you up.
Well, I told Rochester to tell you.
That's funny. Rochester never mentioned it to me.
Well, when I saw him yesterday afternoon, he said he wouldn't forget to tell you.
Wait a minute. When did you see Rochester?
Late yesterday afternoon. He and a girl were coming out of the movies. It was the Grauman's Chinese Theater.
You saw Rochester coming out of Grauman's Chinese Theater?
Mm-hmm. That's where Snows of Kilimanjaro is playing.
And he told me his best friend was getting married, and that's why he wanted the day off. I'm going to call him right now and find out about that. Operator. Operator.
When you hear the tone, the time will be 4:12.
What?
Oh, excuse me, I was on time signals all day yesterday. Number, please.
I want Crestview 5.
You know,
4...
when you're on time signals, you keep saying the same thing over and over and over and over.
Look, miss, all I'm trying to get is
The day before yesterday, they had me on information.
Look, operator.
That drives you nuts altogether.
Well, miss, I know how you feel,
You
but...
don't know how I feel. When Myrtle and I came to work here,
What?
they promised to make...
What?
Well,
What?
what I was trying to say is, you don't know how I feel. Look, you don't know how I feel.
I don't know how you feel.
When Myrtle and I came to work here, they promised to make me a supervisor.
Listen.
Myrtle's my girlfriend, and she ain't got half the education I got.
Look, I want...
So who do you think they made a supervisor?
All right, Myrtle.
No, a complete stranger.
Now, look, miss, I'm sorry about all your troubles, but will you please get me my home? Crestview 5, 4124.
Okay.
Gosh, I must be the fatherly type. Everybody tells me their troubles.
Hello, Joe's Fish Market.
Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't want you.
Why? What's wrong with fish?
Look, I didn't say there was anything wrong.
Hundreds of men go out into rough ocean during stormy weather, risking their lives in small boats, and you don't like fish.
But mister...
It's guys like you that's eating up all the cows in the country.
Me? I never ate a cow in my life.
Well, you better start, buddy, because I ain't selling you none of my fish. Goodbye.
How did I ever get into that? Operator! Operator!
Long distance.
What?
You see how they push me around?
Look, you gave me the wrong number. I want Crestview 5, 4124.
Okay.
Wait till I get Rochester on the phone. I'll tell him a thing or two. Oh, Mary, what is it I'm mad at Rochester about?
He told you he wanted a day off to go to his best friend's wedding, and he went to Grauman's Chinese Theater instead.
Oh, yes. No wonder I'm mad. What's the matter with that operator?
Number, please.
Look, operator, I told you before, I'll tell you again. But listen carefully, and please try to get it right. Crestview 5, 4124.
Yes, sir.
Hello, NBC.
Oh, excuse me.
Wrong number, Jack?
Ooh, was it?
Look, Jack. Look, you're having so much trouble with this operator. Why don't you use the phone booth in the hall and dial your number direct?
Mary, that's a good idea. You keep things going here. I'll be right back. I don't know where they get such operators. Wrong numbers, one is on information, now she's back on... I don't know. Gee, I'm thirsty. Oh, there's a Coca-Cola machine. The smallest I've got is a quarter. Oh, well, that's all right. This is one of those machines that makes change. Let's see, where's the quarter slot? There it is. There's the bottle of Coke. And there's my change, a dime and a nickel. An extra dime came out. Say, this machine is returning too much change. I'll put that dime back in. I might get even more. Well, there's the bottle of Coke, and... No change at all. Wait a minute, that bottle's empty and there's a note in it. I wonder what it says. You had your chance. What a machine. It even writes. I can't understand how a...
hello, Mr. Benny.
Dennis, where have you been?
Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Benny, but right after rehearsal, I went outside to drive around in my new car, and I forgot what time it was.
Your new car?
Uh-huh. I got one of those MGs.
Oh, that's an English car, isn't it?
Right you are, Governor. I bought it while I was with you at the Palladium in London. It's not new, though. I bought it on time from England's largest used car dealer.
Oh, an English used car dealer. What's his name?
Mentally impaired Marmaduke.
Oh, yes. He's on the corner of Piccadilly and Figueroa. I remember that. Dennis, on this English car of yours, is the steering wheel on the right side or the left side?
Neither.
Well, where is your steering wheel?
In London, they won't send it to me till I make my last payment.
Well, for heaven's sakes, how do you steer it?
Oh, my mother runs alongside and kicks the front wheel.
Dennis, how could you get your mother to do a thing like that?
I put my father's picture on the tire.
I'm not going to continue this conversation. I got my own troubles. Now, Dennis, I got to make a phone call, so go in the studio and sing your song.
I will if you'll get rid of Sammy the drummer.
Why?
Well, during rehearsal, I opened my mouth to sing, and he took out my tonsils.
Dennis, get into that studio and do your song.
Yes, sir.
Dennis, where have you been? Jax was looking for you.
Oh, that's all right, Mary. I just saw him out in the hall. He told me to sing.
Ladies and gentlemen, that was Dennis Day.
I'll handle it, Mary. I'm back. That was Dennis Day singing Why Don't You Believe Me. Very good, Dennis.
Say, Jack, you finally get Rochester?
No, the phone rang and rang at my house, but nobody answered. I can't believe it. He was home when I left. Oh, well, I'll try it again.
Number, please.
I want... Hey. You're not the same operator who answered the phone before.
No, I'm new here.
Oh, well, thank heaven. Get me Crestview 5, 4124.
I used to work in Bullock's department store. I sold girdles.
Look, I don't care whether you sold girdles or not. Look, miss, this is Jack Benny.
Jack Benny?
Yes.
My, what a small world. Here I am saying to you what number, please, and only last week I said to you what size, please.
Look, you're a telephone operator now, so will you please give me
My girlfriend is selling those girdles now.
Look, I'm not interested in girdles.
They have a new model called Fatty's Secret.
Look, that came out 5 weeks... I don't know anything about it. Now, please get me my number.
Would you mind repeating it, sir?
Yes, I'll repeat it. That's all I've been doing all day. I'll repeat it slowly. Because if I don't get the right number, there's going to be trouble. Now, I'm Crestview 54124.
Yes, sir.
Hello, California Bank.
Now, look, I've had all the... Hello? I'm awfully sorry to disturb you. I got the wrong number. Goodbye.
Another wrong number, huh, Jack?
Yeah, but a nice one this time. Donna, this new operator isn't any better than the other one.
Well, why are you so anxious to get Rochester, Mr. Benny?
Because he told me that he wanted yesterday afternoon off to go to his friend's wedding. And instead, he went to Grauman's Chinese Theater and saw the snows of Kilimanjaro. Mary, are you sure you saw him with a girl?
Well, certainly, Jack.
Well, I bet he was with Susie. I'm going to call her up and find out.
You know the number?
I should. Rochester calls her 5 times a day. Give me that phone.
Number, please.
Oh, it's you again.
Uh-huh.
Now, operator, this time I want Republic 11426.
Good. I was getting tired of Crestview anyway.
I'm glad. Now, get me the number. Yeah, I hope Susie's home.
Hello?
Oh, hello, Susie. This is Mr. Benny.
Oh, hello, Mr. Benny.
Susie, is Rochester there?
No, he isn't.
Oh. Well, Susie, where did you and Rochester go yesterday afternoon?
Well, where did Rochester tell you we went?
To his best friend's wedding.
That's right. That's where we went.
Well, listen, Susie, where did this wedding take place?
At Grauman's... Uh-oh.
Grauman's what?
Grauman's Chapel.
Chapel, huh? Then you really did go to the wedding of Rochester's best friend.
Yes, sir.
What's his name?
Who?
Rochester's best friend.
Oh, him.
Yes, him. What's his name?
I don't know. He just got married, and it's been changed.
Now, wait a minute. When a couple gets married, it's the girl who changes her name.
When did they start that?
November 4th, when the Republicans got in. Now, Susie, I think Rochester fibbed to me. Didn't he take you to the movies?
Oh, no, sir.
I see. Well, what time did you get to the wedding?
Just before the prices changed.
What?
I mean 2 o'clock.
Who gave the bride away?
Gregory Peck.
Now, Susie, I know this isn't your fault and you're trying to protect Rochester, but he did take you to the movies, didn't he?
Well, yes, sir, he did.
That's all I wanted to know. Now, I'm not mad at Rochester. I just wanted him to tell the truth, that's all. Goodbye, Susie.
Goodbye. Oh, Mr. Benny.
What?
If I happen to see Rochester, is there anything you want me to tell him?
Yes, Susie, tell him that I'm not angry and he can come home.
Okay. Rochester, you can go home now.
What?
Goodbye, Mr. Benny.
Susie! Wait till I see Rochester. Ladies and gentlemen, next week, immediately following my radio show, I will do my 3rd television show of the season on the CBS television network. Appearing with me will be Bob Crosby, Rochester, Don Wilson, and...
Say, Jack, I meant to talk to you about that.
About what, Don?
Well, with television demanding so many novelties and new faces, do you think it might be a good idea if I grew a mustache?
You with a mustache? I don't know. Let me look at you, Don. Let's see. Maybe. No, it would confuse people. You'd look too much like King Farouk. All right, folks.
The Lucky Strike program starring Jack Benny with Mary Livingston, Rochester, Dennis Day, Bob Crosby, and yours truly, Don Wilson. Ladies and gentlemen, immediately after this program, Jack Benny does his television show. Meanwhile, let's go back to last Thursday and show you how our gang spent Thanksgiving. Our scene opens in Jack's home in Beverly Hills.
Night and day, I am the one. Thanksgiving comes and goes, but I'm never done.
Rochester.
I'm working all the time. I'm nothing but a one-man assembly line. Night and day.
Mr. Lanza.
Day and
Mario, what's come over you? You've been singing all day today.
Well, I'm happy, boss. Here it is Thanksgiving, and I could have been born a turkey.
Oh. You wouldn't have liked that, huh?
No, I couldn't stand being in an oven undressed and people looking in at me every few minutes.
I know. Say, Rochester, I'm going to Miss Livingston's house for a Thanksgiving party, so will you help me get dressed? I'm going formal.
Okay, but if I were you, I'd change my mind about wearing that old tuxedo.
Why, what'd you do to it?
Oh, it's nothing I did, boss. But the last time I went to get it, the closet was full of moths.
Moths? Oh, my goodness. Were they eating my tuxedo?
Eating it? They didn't even look up when I came in.
Well, do you think the holes will show?
I don't know, but if the wind is blowing, face it, boss. Face it.
Well, I don't care. I'm still going to wear them. Oh, hello, Mary.
The whole gang is here. When are you coming over?
Pretty soon. And, Mary, I got a surprise for you. I'm going to dress formal.
Formal? But, Jack, that tuxedo of yours is so old it's green.
Mary, my tuxedo isn't green.
Okay, but stay away from the salad bowl. You may get stabbed with a fork.
Oh, stop, will you?
Jack, the reason I called you is, well, I've been so busy getting the dinner ready for you and the gang, I forgot to get some flowers. So I thought maybe you'd stop over at the florist and bring me some.
Okay, Mary. I'll bring you half a dozen roses.
Only a half dozen? But, Jack, they don't cost so much.
Well, no, the roses alone don't, Mary, but you're going to the expense of the entire dinner. Why should you spend any more? You know, after all, you're doing enough.
Jack, I meant for you to buy the roses.
Oh. Well, Mary, you didn't have to beat around the bush. Why didn't you come right out and say so? Of course I'll bring them. Goodbye. I'll get it, Rochester.
Tips? What a gang.
Say, Mary, when do we eat?
Not till Jack gets here.
Well, Mary, I don't care for myself, but I wish you'd feed the boys in the band. They're starving.
Well, can't they hold out?
Well, I don't think so. Gee, I just passed them some crackers and Bagby ate my wristwatch.
No.
Yeah, he thought the strap was a long anchovy.
Well, Bob, we'll eat in just about a few minutes.
I hope so. I've been here ever since 6:30 this morning.
6:30 this morning? Dennis, how come you got here so early?
Well, I got to come by bus, and I wanted to make sure I'd be here on time.
Well, Dennis, how far do you live from here?
3 miles.
Well, if you only live 3 miles away, why did you start out so early?
Who knew I'd take the right bus?
Well, then you did take the right bus.
It must have been. It got me to San Diego in time to catch the plane back here.
Wait a minute, Dennis. You took a bus to San Diego and then flew back here to Los Angeles? Why'd you do that?
Oh, the only way I know how to get to your house is from the airport.
Oh, fine. Don, you better take Dennis home tonight.
Yeah, sure, Mary. What time do you want to go, Dennis?
Oh, anytime, Don. Our plane doesn't leave for San Diego till midnight.
Dennis, do your mother and father celebrate Thanksgiving?
No.
I didn't think so.
Mary, when the food's all ready, let me know, and I'm going to help you serve it.
Well, thank you, Bob, but it won't be necessary. I've hired a butler for the day. I'll get it. I can't give you anything but love, baby. Oh, hello, Jack. What took you so long?
I don't know, but it's about time. I'll tell you what took me so long, Mary. I had to stop for the flowers. Here you are, Mary.
Well, thank you.
Is everybody here?
Sure, they're in the living room. Let's go in. Jack, you did wear that old tuxedo, didn't you?
Oh, it's not so old. Hiya, fellas.
Oh, hi, Jack.
Hello, Bob.
Hiya, Jack. Wow, say, that is original.
What?
Oh, a tuxedo made out of chlorophyll.
It is not made out of chlorophyll.
Well, it could use a little.
Never mind. It's a perfectly good suit. There's nothing wrong with it.
I've got one just like it.
You see?
I wear it in all the St. Patrick's Day parades.
Dennis, do me a favor. Don't be on my side. Now go sit down.
Thanks. I've been here ever since 6:30.
He thinks I'm going to ask him why. He's crazy. For $1 million. I'm not going to go through what happened 3 weeks ago.
Well, say, Jack, Jack, you should have been here a few minutes ago. I did a tap dance.
You did, eh? Well, you kids must have been having a lot of fun.
Yeah, gee, it's great getting together on Thanksgiving like this.
You said it, Bob. And this year, you know, we should all be thankful. I know I am. See, when I get up in the morning and I hear the birds singing, I got the beautiful moonlight at night, I get all the fresh air I need, all the sunshine I want.
So far, it hasn't cost you a dime.
What are you complaining about? You got your flowers, didn't you? Now, let's not stand around arguing. What we need is entertainment.
That's right. Say, Dennis, it'll be a little while before we eat. So how about a song?
Yeah, come on, Dennis. How about it, huh?
Come on, Denny, go ahead.
Yeah, it's about time somebody asked me. I've been here ever since 6:30.
I'm not going to ask him why.
Jack, while Dennis is singing, will you mix the salad?
Sure, Mary, but let me wear your apron. I don't want to get my tuxedo dirty.
Okay. Here you are.
Thanks. Now, Dennis, go ahead and sing your... I'll get it, Mary. I'll get the door. Hold the song till I come back, kid. Yes?
How do you do? Is this Miss Livingston's residence?
Yes, it is.
Well, Miss Livingston is expecting me for Thanksgiving dinner.
Oh, well, come right in. You got here just in time. The fun's just starting.
How nice.
Here, Here, let me take your hat.
Thank you.
Your coat?
Thank you.
Now follow me. Hey, kids! Oh, pardon me. I didn't introduce myself. I'm Jack Benny.
How do you do? I'm the new butler.
Hey, kids! What? The butler?
Yes. Are you the downstairs maid?
I happen to be a guest here. I'm wearing this apron because I don't want to get salad dressing on my chlorophyll. I mean, my tuxedo. If you're the butler, the kitchen is right through that door.
Thank you.
Jack, who is at the door?
Nobody.
Well, whose coat and hat are you carrying?
Oh, darn it, they're your butlers. He just came in. All right. Go ahead and sing, Dennis.
Well, Mr. Benny, I'm going to introduce a new song, and if you like it, maybe you'll want to use it on your television show.
Maybe. Let's hear it.
Hey, fellas, everybody in the dining room. Dinner's on the table.
It's about time. I've been here ever since 6:30.
Dennis, I'm not going to ask you why, so be quiet. Hey, kids, I'll tell you what. Let's all march in the dining room. Let's have a good old conga line.
Okay.
Da-da-da-da-da, boom. Da-da-da-da-da, boom. Da-da-da-da-da, boom. Don, if you can't control it, don't swing it. For heaven's sake.
Oh, Jack, you and your ideas. Now, come on in, fellas. The dinner will get cold.
Okay, let's go.
Jack, we're short of chairs. Bring in the piano bench.
All right, be with you in a minute. Hey, what's this dish on top of the piano? Well.
Hey, Jack, you get your hands out of there. That's for the boys.
Oh.
Jack!
How can she see from the other room? Here I come with the piano bench.
I wonder what's keeping that butler. Oh, Crosby. Crosby.
I don't know why you hired that smart aleck butler anyway. I'll get. Hey, Crosby.
Yes, sir.
Crosby, we're ready. Crosby, why did you come in here barefooted? Where are your shoes?
I'm sorry. I took them off by mistake.
What?
I used to work in a winery.
Stop with the joke. Just bring in the food.
All right.
What a butler. I still can't understand what made you hire him.
Dinner is served. Here's the turkey.
Gee, that turkey looks good.
Jack, will you do the carving?
Sure, I love to carve. Give me that knife. Mary, what do you want, white meat or dark meat?
White meat, please.
How about you, Dennis?
Oh, I'll have a drumstick.
Okay. Now, Don, would you like the white meat, dark meat, a leg, or a wing?
Yes, thank you, with mashed potatoes.
Say, Bob, look at Bagby. He's eating with his hands.
Yeah. Hey, Bagby, what do you want? Have you tried your knife and fork? Yes, and they're delicious.
What?
Yeah, he eats everything. Wristbands, jewelry, shoehorns.
How do you like that?
Oh, Miss Livingston, shall I serve the hot biscuits now?
Yes, Crosby.
I'll have one.
Very well. There.
Crosby, don't throw the biscuits.
Certainly not.
Why don't you stand closer to the table?
I've been watching these people eat, and I don't want to get any on me.
Crosby, your job is just to serve the food and not to antagonize the guests.
Yes, madam.
Say, Mr. Benny, how about making a speech?
Yeah, go ahead, Jack. Say something.
Well...
You know, this is the first time we've all had dinner together in a long time, so go ahead, make a speech.
Okay. Well, kids, it's sure nice for all of us to be here on Thanksgiving. Thanksgiving, a day set aside where families can get together in common bond and humbly give thanks in a spirit of brotherly love.
Hear, hear.
Thank you. Yes, Thanksgiving. A day that was originally started by the Pilgrim Fathers. The Pilgrim Fathers. That stalwart, staunch group of men and women who left their native shore.
Don, stop eating.
And after many months of suffering, had their hardship rewarded by safely landing at Cape Cod in the year of 1620. Yes, our Pilgrim Fathers...
Jack.
Our Pilgrim Fathers...
Jack.
What is it, Don?
The Pilgrims didn't land at Cape Cod. They landed at Plymouth Rock.
No, Don. It was Cape Cod.
Jack, any schoolboy knows it was Plymouth Rock. How can you say Cape Cod?
Don, don't tell me anything about history. I went to school, too. I say the Pilgrims landed at Cape Cod.
They didn't land at Cape Cod. It was Plymouth Rock.
Don, they landed at Cape Cod, and if you don't...
Jack, put down that carving knife.
Oh, pardon me.
Beast!
Crosby, you stay out of this. Now, Don, this is Thanksgiving, so let's not quarrel. You think it was Plymouth Rock? I know it was Cape Cod. You can take my word for it. I know what I'm talking about.
Well, so do I. It was Plymouth Rock.
It was Cape Cod.
Oh, for heaven's sake, cut it out. Crosby, serve the dessert, will you?
I will if those two gentlemen will get off the table.
I will if he will.
I'll have some more of that white meat.
That's my leg.
You should have told me sooner. I put some gravy on it.
Well, wipe it off. Now, Don Wilson, I think it's awful for you to come here on Thanksgiving, accept Mary's hospitality, and start a big argument like this.
I didn't start the argument. You did. And you can ask anybody, and they'll tell you the Pilgrims landed on Plymouth Rock.
I don't care who you ask. I still say they landed at Cape Cod.
Jack, for goodness sakes, finish the speech you started.
I'll do it if everybody will shut up. Now, as I was saying, friends, we're gathered here on Thanksgiving Day in a spirit of friendship.
I gathered at 6:30.
Friendship, a word that in itself represents that binding tie between all people. Let's try, friends. Let's try to keep the feeling that is so prevalent on this day throughout the entire year. So whenever you feel discouraged, just think of the spirit of those pilgrims who sailed across the ocean deep and finally landed at Cape Cod.
Boss, you haven't got time to read. You're supposed to do your television show in 30 seconds.
I know, Rochester. I'm not reading. I'm just looking something up in this history book. Here it is. In the year of 1620, the Pilgrims landed at Plymouth Rock. Gee, it wasn't Cape Cod. It was Plymouth Rock. Don Wilson was right. Well, I hate to do this, but I guess I'll just have to call him up and fire him. He's so smart, he can get another job. See you in a few seconds, folks.
The Lucky Strike program starring Jack Benny with Mary Livingston, Rochester, Dennis Day, Bob Crosby, the Sportsman Quartet, and yours truly, Don Wilson. And now, ladies and gentlemen, let's go out to Jack Benny's house in Beverly Hills. And even though this is only the first week in December, Jack is preparing to mail his Christmas cards early.
Well, let me see, Rochester. Who else do I want to send a Christmas card to? Oh, yes, put down Joan Crawford, Barbara Stanwyck.
A little slower, boss. I can't write that fast.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Joan Crawford.
Barbara Stanwyck.
Barbara Stanwyck.
Yasha Heifetz.
Yasha. Boss, do you send a Christmas card to Yasha Heifetz?
Well, certainly. After all, we have a lot in common. You know, as a matter of fact, last year, Mr. Heifetz sent me a string off the violin he used when he gave a concert in Carnegie Hall.
Oh, yeah, I remember.
By the way, Rochester, what did I do with that string?
You put it in your pajamas.
Oh, yes. Tonight, remind me to put some rosin on it. The knot slips. Now, hey, wait a minute. If the violin string is in my pajamas, where's the pajama string?
On your violin.
Oh, yes. Now, let's get on with this list. Oh, there's one Christmas card I must send out to General Eisenhower.
Do you know his address?
No. Oh, I know. I'll address the envelope this way. General Dwight D. Eisenhower, Washington, D.C. Care of Harry Truman, please hold. I'll send one to President Truman, too. Mark that one, please forward. Now, let's see. Who else should I... Rochester, was that the front door buzzer?
Yes, sir. There it goes again.
Well, go answer it.
Oh, that's right. You made the beds this morning.
Yes, I did. It's your turn. Answer the door now.
Yes, sir. Coming. Oh, hello, Miss Livingston. Hello, Mr. Crosby.
Hello, Rochester. Mr. Benny in?
Oh, yes, he's in the den. He's been working all day addressing Christmas cards.
He sold that many, huh?
Oh, these are his personal cards. The ones he's sending to his friends.
Am I on the list?
Oh, yes, Miss Livingston. And next to your name is a notation, wristwatch.
A wristwatch, huh?
And next to Mr. Crosby's name is gold cufflinks.
Hey, Mary, isn't that wonderful? A wristwatch next to your name and gold cufflinks next to mine.
Bob, don't get excited. Jack is just trying to guess what he's going to get from us.
Well, that old blue-eyed fox.
Well, come on, Bob. Let's go in the den.
Okay.
Hello, Jack.
Huh? Oh, hello, Mary.
Hi, Jack.
Hello, Cuffling. Hello.
What are you doing?
Oh, I'm addressing some Christmas cards. Mary, do you think I ought to send a card? Mary, do you think I ought to send a card?
Jack, that's the door buzzer.
So what? I made the beds this morning. Rochester.
Oh, yes. Come in.
Well, I could have done that.
Hey, where is everybody?
In here, Dennis, in the den.
Oh. Hello, Mr. Benny. Hello, Mary. Hello, Bob.
Hello, Dennis.
Hiya, kid.
Oh, hello, Dennis.
Hey, Mr. Benny, I got a big surprise for you.
A surprise?
Yeah, I don't know whether you know it or not, Mr. Benny, but I'm a member of the Elks Club.
Oh, I know that. Yeah.
And every year we give an award to the one whom we select as the outstanding personality on radio and television.
Well.
And since I was the one who nominated you and campaigned for you, I felt that I should be the one to come over here and tell you.
Well, certainly.
You lost.
I lost?
But believe me, Mr. Benny, the way it turned out, you don't have to feel bad.
I don't?
Nah, you didn't even come close. But you got one vote.
Well, thanks anyway, kid.
Don't thank me. I voted for Chef Milani.
Dennis, for heaven's sake, if you nominated me and campaigned for me, why did you vote for Chef Milani?
I thought it was time for a change.
That I can't understand at all. Look, Dennis, I'll bet you came over here and made that whole thing up. You don't even belong to the Elks.
Oh, yes, I do, Mr. Benny, and they told me I'm one of the most important members they've got.
A silly kid like you? Why would you be important to the Elks?
Well, every time they take in a new member, they pull out one of my teeth.
Now cut that out! Dennis, I don't want any more trouble from you. Just let me hear the song you're going to do on the program.
Okay, but I might whistle a little. A new member joined today.
All right, whistle, but do it. Let's hear the song. That was very good. It'll be fine on the program, kid.
Don't call me kid.
What?
I've been with you 12 years and you keep calling me kid.
What do you want me to call you?
Mr. Day.
You want me to call you Mr. Day?
Yeah, that's what my mother calls my father.
Well, that's ridiculous. Why would your mother call your father Mr.?
Since I was born, they haven't been such good friends.
Well, that I can understand. Sometimes I... Come in. Oh, hello, Don.
Well, hi, kids.
Hi, Don.
Say, Don, where were you last night?
Why? What do you mean?
Well, you should have been with us. Jack took us all to the movies. We went to Pantages to see The Happy Time.
That's right, Don. I treated the gang to dinner and everything.
Dinner, too? Gosh, where'd you eat?
In the theater, he bought us popcorn.
Oh, stop. I suppose you think they give you those candy bars there.
Did you like The Happy Time?
Uh-huh. You know, Don, in fact, I liked it so much, I think we may do a sketch about it on our program.
Well, Jack, do you think that our cast will fit the characters in the picture?
Oh, they'd be marvelous, Don. You see, the leading role in The Happy Time is played by Charles Boyer.
Oh, and he was just wonderful.
That's right. You see, Don, in this picture, Charles Boyer is the father of a family. He's in show business and plays the violin. Come to think of it, I probably would have fit the part much better than he did. And I wonder why they didn't call me when they were casting the picture.
Well, maybe they didn't know you were available, Jack.
He's been available since the horn blows at midnight.
I've had offers since then, sister. As a matter of fact, I played a small but very important part in a picture called Somebody Loves Me. It's the life story of Blossom Seeley and Benny Fields.
Oh, I saw that picture, Mr. Benny. You appeared as yourself, didn't you?
Yes, Dennis, I played the part of Jack Benny.
I thought it was lousy casting.
The word here is bad. I don't know where he put lousy in it. He puts in anything he wants. He's not working for me. I'm working for him. Dennis, one more crack like that, I'm going to join the Elks. Now, what were we talking about?
The Happy Time. You said you wanted to do it on radio.
Oh, yes. Now, Don, Boyer's wife in the picture could be Mary, and they had a 12-year-old son who was very much like Dennis.
I'm older than that.
Physically, yes. Now, Don, there were all sorts of wonderful characters in The Happy Time, including Uncle Louie, an eccentric who always goes around drinking from a water cooler filled with wine. Bob, do you think you could play that part?
Well, I don't know, Jack. You see, I don't drink.
But, Bob, this is only wine.
Yeah, but you can get stinking on that stuff, too.
I guess so. Don't forget, he's a Frenchman, too. You play a Frenchman. Well, Bob, play that part anyway, but don't overact. Will you?
Ah, the characters sound fine, but what about the story? Would that be appropriate for a sketch?
Oh, the story'd be perfect, Don. You see, the happy time takes place in the year 1924 in Ottawa, Canada. The scene is the home of Jacques Bonnard and his family. The story opens one day with Jacques practicing his violin.
What is it, Marie?
Your violin. Why are you practicing it? I thought you woke up with the headache.
That is right, mon chéri. But the headache is all gone. I feel better.
Good. What did you take for it?
An Alka-Seltzer.
Listen to him fizz. Jacques, please stop practicing. It is driving me crazy.
But, darling, if I do not practice, I will not be able to complete the symphony I am working on. I'm going to call it Quand vous dites je suis affligé, donc j'y reviendrai à toi.
Ooh, what a lovely title. When you say I beg your pardon, then I to you will come back.
Yes. What is wrong with this violin?
Your pajama string, she is out of tune.
By the way, Marie, where is Grandpapa?
Your papa, he is sleeping late. He was out all night again.
Oh. Ah, here he is now. Good morning, Papa. You were out late again last night, were you not?
Oui, oui.
You were out with a girl?
Oui, oui.
Was she pretty?
Oui, oui.
What was her name?
Fifi.
Fifi?
Oui, oui.
Well, Papa, I think tonight for once you do not go out. You go to sleep early.
But no, I must go out tonight. My girlfriend is giving me a birthday party.
Oh, that is right. This is your birthday. How old are you, Papa?
39.
Oh, yes.
Wait a minute, Jacques. How old are you?
39.
Jacques, how can you and your papa both be 39?
You are right, Marie. It is ridiculous for Papa to say he is 39. I will talk to him. Papa, dites-moi pourquoi nous sommes si mêmes?
Oh, mon fils, je rive la première île et l'ulmien.
Oh.
What did Papa say?
He say he got there first. It is his.
Well, au revoir. I have to be going.
Goodbye, Papa. Don't stay out too late.
Jacques, why do you keep practicing that same song?
It is a new number we are going to do in the theater. Ah, here is Uncle Louis.
Hello, Jacques. Hello, Marie. Oh, what a day. Where can I put my cooler of wine?
He used to speak French good, but he spent Christmas in Killarney. Fine Frenchman, we got him. Louis, I am curious. For years I have seen you carry that cooler around. Tell me, what kind of wine do you keep in it?
Monet.
Monet Bordeaux?
Monet Chevrolet.
Chevrolet? Monet Chevrolet?
Oui, oui.
Louis, why do you not try to change? Why do you associate with people like that guitar player?
You mean Francois Remley?
Yes, that Francois Remley. That fellow is one of the worst.
Wait a minute, Jacques. Francois Remley is not as bad as you think. In fact, he is quite the gentleman.
What do you mean, mon chéri?
Well, yesterday after the rain, there was a big puddle of water on the boulevard. And so that I would not get my feet wet, Monsieur Remley let me step on his coat.
He did not let you. He just happened to be lying there. Tomorrow, it could be Monsieur Bagby. So do not think that... our son, Denise, is home from school.
Hello, Mama. Hello, Papa. Hello, Uncle Louis.
Hello, my son.
Hello, Denise. How did you do with your studies today, Denise?
Well...
Jacques, you do not have to worry about how our son does in school. He is, as the Americans say, pretty sharp.
Marie, mon chéri, it does not necessarily mean a boy is sharp because his head had come to a point. He is, as the American also say, a jerk.
Merci beaucoup, Papa.
You are welcome.
I am going to my room. I am making a handkerchief box for Mignonette.
Ho, ho, the little boy is in love with the maid.
Denise in love with our maid? Is this true?
Yes, Mama.
But, son, you cannot be in love with the maid. You are only 12.
Mentally, yes.
Jacques, this is serious. I think you should have a talk with the maid.
Very well. Where is Mignonette?
She's in the kitchen.
I will go see her. Excuse me. Imagine my little boy Denise in love with the maid. But I cannot blame Denise for being in love with Mignonette. She is not an ordinary maid. She used to be a dancer in the theater.
Hello, Monsieur Bonnard.
Mignonette, put down those fans and get off the ironing board. I wish to talk to you about my son, Denis.
It is about time, monsieur. You know, he has the puppy love crush on me. I do not know why. I only kissed him once.
Wait a minute, Mignonette. If you kiss the boy, then you encourage him.
Oh, no, monsieur. It was not a real kiss. It was just a little one. Like this. Here, I will show you. Then, you see, it was not much.
No, it was nothing. Help me down off the ironing. Thank you. Mignonette, I do not know what to do about my son.
Monsieur Bonnard, your Denis is growing up. You should have a talk with him and tell him the facts of life.
You are right. I shall go to his room and...
Oh, there's no need to go. Here he is now.
Hello, Mignonette. Hello, Papa.
Denis, your father wishes to talk with you. I shall leave you two alone.
Now, Denise,
I wish to have a talk with you. Mignonette told me that you kissed her.
That is right, Papa.
Denise, my boy, there are some things you should know about life.
Yes, Papa?
There comes a time in a father's life when he must have a man-to-man talk with his son.
What is it, Papa?
I will explain. When I was a young man, I met your mama. I asked her to go out with me. I courted her. I got a job. She waited for me. I worked till I could afford a diamond ring. Then I proposed to her. She accepted me. Then we were married.
And then you got me.
Yes. It was hardly worth it. But this is the way it is with love, son. Even with the birds and the bees.
I think I understand, Papa.
Good. Now go outside and play.
Yes, Papa.
Well, I am glad that he's over. He is so young, impressionable. I am glad I was able to make him understand. He is a good boy. And someday...
Papa! Papa!
Denise, my boy, what is the matter? Your lips are all swollen.
You and your crazy bees.
That could only happen to my son, Denny. Don, that will give you a rough idea of the picture, The Happy Time. But you ought to see it. You'll enjoy it. There are a lot of characters that I didn't tell you. Where's the phone? I'll get it. Hello? Yes, he's here. You want to talk to him? What? Yes. Yes, I'll give him the message. Goodbye. Dennis?
Yes, Papa?
On the way to your Elks meeting tonight, get some Novocaine. A new member just joined. Good night, folks.
The Lucky Strike program starring Jack Benny with Mary Livingston, Rochester, Dennis Day, Bob Crosby, and yours truly, Don Wilson. Ladies and gentlemen, it is now mid-December, and as is their custom every year at this time, Jack and Mary have gone to one of the local department stores to do their Christmas shopping. But before we take you there, let us look in at the office of a prominent psychiatrist.
Also, now, relax, please, back on the couch and tell me what is your hallucination. Why are you afraid to go back to work?
Doctor, it's no hallucination. It happens every year at this time. Just before Christmas. Every year. Just before Christmas.
Calmly, Mr. Blank. Don't get excited. Lay back on the couch. Now, tell me, when did it first start?
During the Christmas shopping rush in 1946. As I told you, I'm a salesman at the department store. And this kindly-looking, blue-eyed old gentleman bought a gift. Then 6 times that day he came back, pestered me, and exchanged it for a different model.
Well, what was the gift he kept exchanging?
Shoelaces.
He bought someone shoelaces for a gift?
Yeah, for someone named Don.
Well, now, how could he possibly exchange shoelaces 6 times?
Well, first he bought laces with metal tips. Then he came back because he thought plastic tips looked more modern. Soon he was back again. He was afraid the plastic tips might crack, so he went back to metal tips. Then he got to thinking the metal tips might rust, so he came back to change them to plastic tips. 6 times he changed his mind. Plastic tips, metal tips, plastic tips, metal tips, plastic tips, metal tips.
Please come out. You're supposed to be on the couch, not under it. Well, tell me, what did this man do the next year?
The next year I was lucky. I didn't see him.
Oh, he didn't come into the store?
I don't know. I was in a sanitarium.
Definite traumatic psychosis. When you got out, did you go back to your job at the department store?
Yeah, but I was smart. I had him transfer me to the jewelry department.
What was smart about that?
Well, this old gentleman didn't look like the jewelry buying type.
Then you did not see him last year.
He found me.
And more trouble?
Yeah. Once again, he came in to buy something for Don. This time it was cufflinks.
Well, that is good. Who could find anything wrong with cufflinks?
He found it. It was the engraving. First, he had them engraved D.W. So I wrapped them all pretty and Christmassy. Then he goes off happy, and I am silently saying a prayer of thanks.
Aha, that is good.
Not good. He discovers that D.W. has a middle initial. So first he buys the gift, then I engrave the gift, then I wrap the gift. Then he changes his mind about the engraving. So I unwrap the gift, I change the engraving, rewrap the gift. And then he changes his mind and wants cheaper cufflinks. So I have to go through wrapping, engraving, and rewrapping again.
Please, I'm trying to help you. Stop choking me.
I'm sorry, Doctor.
Mr. Blank, avoiding your work will cause repressions. It should only magnify this in your subconscious.
So you think I should go back to my job?
Well, certainly, you will probably never run into this aggravating man again.
Well, I have taken precautions. This year I asked to be put in the gardening tools department.
Gardening tools?
Yeah. All these people live in the city. They have no use for anything like that.
Good. You are facing your problem face to face with your face. But remember, should you ever meet this man any place, use psychology. Be nice, be calm, be pleasant to him, and you will have no trouble.
Well, don't worry, Doctor. I won't see him. But if I do, I'll be calm and I'll be nice to him. Well, goodbye.
Goodbye, and Merry Christmas, Mr. Blank.
Yeah, Merry Christmas, Doctor. Now I gotta hurry back to the store.
Gosh, Mary, no matter how early you try to do your Christmas shopping, the store is always crowded.
Yeah.
Yet I can't start doing my shopping any earlier. I like to buy modern, up-to-the-minute gifts, you know.
As far as I'm concerned, your gifts are ahead of the times.
What do you mean?
You gave me jewelry that turned green years before they had chlorophyll.
Oh, stop. Now, let's see. I still have to buy lots of gifts. I'm going to the jewelry department to see if I can find something for my sponsor.
Well, I've got to get something for my mother. I'll meet you out here later.
Okay, Mary. Now, let's see. Where's the jewelry department? I think it's on the next floor, the top one. I wonder where... Oh, there's the floor walker. I'll ask him. Oh, floor walker. Floor walker. Can you give me some information?
Ask me anything. I'm a talking horse.
Oh, stop. You don't even look like a horse.
Not now. There's a veterinarian in Denmark who does wonders.
Now, stop with that silly talk, or I'll go to the manager and report you. Now, look, I'm looking for a jewelry department. Will you tell me where to go? Never mind. Yes, sir. May I help you, young man?
Yes, I'm looking for Christmas gifts for my mother and father.
Well, this is the sporting goods department. How about some golf balls?
No.
Tennis racket?
No.
Hey, I've got an idea. What about a punching bag?
Hey, that's great. Now, what would you suggest for my father?
Just a minute, young man. You want to get this punching bag for your mother?
Uh-huh.
That's rather unusual. Has she ever had one before?
No, she always used my father. You can send the punching bag, and I'll enclose a card to both my parents.
Yes, sir. What's your address?
It's on Orange Avenue. The number is 3247 and a half.
A half? Oh, it's a duplex.
No, it was hit by lightning. Wrap it up. I'll take it with me.
Mary.
Oh, here I am, Jack. You get a present for your sponsor?
Yes, I sent him a nail file.
A nail file? Do you think that's a suitable Christmas gift for a sponsor?
Well, for just any sponsor, no, but Mine needs sharp fingernails, so he can tear and compare. I'm sure he'll like it. Now, let's see. I've already given you a bonus, and I bought Dennis's gift. Gee, I wish I knew what to buy for Don Wilson.
It ought to be easy to get something for Don. He just moved into a new home. Get something for his house.
No, I heard him mention that his entire home was furnished by an interior decorator.
Oh, yeah. Oh, wait a minute, Jack. Isn't Don's new home sort of a little ranch in the San Fernando Valley?
Yes.
Well, why don't you get him some gardening tools?
Yeah. Gardening tools. Why didn't I think of that? Say, Mary, I know what to get Don as a Christmas present, and he'll really appreciate it.
What?
A gopher trap.
A gopher trap?
Yeah, I heard him mention that his place is overrun with gophers. Come on, Mary, let's go.
You go yourself. I'm going to buy a gift for Barbara Stanwyck. I'll meet you at the perfume counter.
Okay, Mary. I'll see you later. Let's see. Where would I get a gopher trap? I wonder if that comes under hunting equipment. I'll just have to... Now, where's that floor walker? Oh, there he is, way over there. Oh, floor walker! Floor walker!
Did you call me?
Yes, where can I buy a gopher trap?
In the gardening tools department down in the basement.
Thanks. Imagine that crazy floor walker saying he's a horse. Well, I better get over to the gardening tools department.
Jingle bells, jingle all the way. Oh, what...
Excuse me, clerk.
Yes, sir. What can I... Oh, it's yours.
What?
I'm sorry, sir. I must be calm. I'll be happy to wait on you.
Thank you. I'd like to buy a gopher trap.
Yes, sir. Excuse me, I'll go get one for you. He wants a gopher trap. A gopher trap? What trouble can I get into with that? Here they are. Here you are, sir. This is the most popular type of gopher trap.
It looks so complicated. How does it work?
Well, you open this little door, and you set it with this wire. Then you put a piece of tomato in this wire cage for bait.
Well, that's fine. But wait a minute. What do you do with the gopher after you have him trapped?
Well, you have to take him out and kill him.
That seems so cruel.
Well, we have another type trap that catches him and kills him at the same time.
Oh, you have another kind of trap?
I have to tell him yet. Yes, sir. Here it is, sir.
How does this one work?
Well, you spread these two sharp prongs apart, and pretty soon the little gopher comes sniffing around, walks in, boing, and that's the end of him.
Good. I'll take this one here that kills them, you see. Wrap it up as a Christmas gift.
Yes, sir. A Christmas gift?
Yes. I'm giving it to someone for Christmas. Now, I want red and green ribbons and tinsel and everything.
Okay.
And clerk, enclose a card saying...
To Don, I know.
That's right. I'll be back and pick it up later.
Hey, Mary.
Oh, hello, Bob. Doing your Christmas shopping?
Uh-huh. And Mary, when you got a wife and 5 kids, that's really a chore.
Oh, I imagine it is. What are you getting the kids?
Well, I'm getting both the girls dresses and the 2 younger boys electric trains. For my oldest boy, I'm getting a bicycle.
Ooh, that's nice.
Well, I thought so, too, but he keeps complaining. He thinks he's too old for a bicycle.
Well, what does he want?
Marilyn Monroe.
No.
Yeah. Well, I got some more shopping to do. You want to join me, Mary?
No, I've got to wait here for Jack.
Hey, that reminds me. I've got to buy Jack's present right now. It's kind of hard to figure out a gift for him. Have you got any suggestions?
Well, how about something for his den? I mean, a picture, a book, or...
Say, I know what. I think I could get him a lamp to put on the table near his telephone.
Yeah, he can use a lamp by that phone.
Boy, you're not kidding. It's so dark in that corner that twice I put a dime in the quarter slot.
Yeah, that's a nice gift. It'll save us all money.
See you later, Mary.
Oh, Mary! Mary!
Over here, Jack. What took you so long?
I'm sorry, but the store is so busy.
Well, Jack, who else do you have to get gifts for?
Well, I'll have to look at the list.
Thank you, ma'am. That's $6.70. Yes, sir, that's $4 even. Yes, ma'am, $3 out of 10.
Listen, Mary, they're playing our song.
Come on, Jack. We better go. Jack, what are you thinking about?
Don said. He said his wife faints at the sight of dead gophers.
So what?
So what? Mary, I bought Don the type of trap that kills the gophers.
Well, what do you want to get? The kind that lifts their feet up and pats them on the popo?
Mary, I want to get the kind of a trap, the kind that traps them alive. Wait here, I'll be right back.
Okay.
Oh, clerk. Yes, sir, I got your package right here. It's gift wrapped and tied with tinsel ribbon. Just a second, I'll get it for you.
Oh, don't get it. I've changed my mind.
What?
I want to exchange it for the kind that captures the gophers alive.
Look, mister, there's really no difference.
I'm sorry. I don't want the trap that kills the gophers.
What do you care? You don't know him personally.
It's not that.
But, mister, it took me 10 minutes to wrap that gopher trap as a gift with all the tinsel and ribbons. Look at all the trouble you put me through.
Look, I'm sorry. I don't want the trap that kills them. I like to be kind to animals.
Why don't you try it with people?
What?
Nothing. I must be polite. I'm sorry, sir.
Good. Now, gift wrap one that catches the gophers alive, and I'll be back.
I know.
Mary said she'd wait here. Well, since she's not here, I'll go over to the lingerie counter and buy some stockings for my sister Florence. See, I think Florence wears size...
Hey, Bud.
Huh?
Come here a minute.
Who, me?
Yeah. Where you going?
To the lingerie counter. I'm going to buy some stockings for my sister.
What kind?
Nylon. Huh?
Get silk stockings.
Why?
Silk will give you a run for the money.
Well, I don't know. I don't think I'll get her stockings. Maybe I'll get her something else, something real nice. What do you think of a sheer negligee?
A great show bet.
Say, look, fella, every time I run into you, you tout me on trains, apples, candy, everything but horses.
So what?
Look, Santa Anita's going to open in a couple of weeks, so for once, why don't you give me a tip on a race?
Okay. Got a great horse for you on opening day.
You have? What is it?
Floor walker in the second.
I saw him, and he's carrying too much weight. See you later.
Yes, so long, Bud.
So long. I always run into that guy. I wonder where Mary is. Hey, there's Rochester doing some shopping. I bet he's buying something for me. I'm going to eavesdrop and see what he gets me.
May I wait on you?
Yes, sir. I'm looking for a Christmas gift for my boss.
For your boss, eh? How about a tie?
No, yes, lots of those.
Well, how about a wallet or a money clip?
Money clip? What's a money clip?
No, it's a thing to hold your folding money.
I've never had any that folds. How's it work?
Well, it's a spring-like metal clip that holds your money tight.
He's got a fist that does that.
Wait till I get Rochester home.
Hi, Jack.
Oh, hello, Bob. Doing your shopping, too, I see.
Yes, Jack, and as a matter of fact, I've gotten all the gifts for everybody except Don Wilson. Do you have any suggestions?
No, I had a tough time deciding on a gift for Donzie myself. I finally got him something for his ranch, a gopher trap.
Well, that's different anyway. And it makes a sensible gift. Everybody wants to kill those little pests.
Oh, this isn't the kind that kills them, you see. This catches them alive.
Jack, those kind aren't any good. Why, if the gopher is in there a long time, he bites his way out and he gets away.
Oh, you mean the traps that kill them are better?
Well, certainly.
Well, excuse me, Bob. I've got to take care of something.
I'm dreaming of a white Christmas, just like the ones I used to.
Hello, Mr. Blank. How is it going?
Huh? Oh, hello, Doctor.
Did that the blue-eyed gentleman find you?
Like he had radar. He comes over here to buy a gopher trap, a simple little thing like a gopher trap. First he decides on one that catches him alive. But I made a mistake. Before I wrapped it, I let him know we also had the kind that kills him. So I sell him one of those. Then I wrap it and put tinsel and ribbon on it, and he goes away. Then he comes back and he makes me unwrap it because he wants the kind that catches him alive.
No. Control yourself. Control yourself. Here, take this little pill. It will calm your nerves.
I can't take a pill, Doctor. There's no water here. And I can't leave my cot at door in this rush.
Please, I am the doctor. You go take the pill. I'll wait on any customers who come along.
Well, okay.
Jingle bells, jingle all the way. Oh, what fun. Ah, yes, sir. May I help you?
Yes, Oh, where's the other clerk?
He has gone for a little while. Perhaps I can take care of you.
Well, yes. I have a gopher trap here, wrapped as a gift.
Uh-huh. Oh, here it is. Merry Christmas.
Oh, just a minute. I don't want this one. See, I want the other kind.
But, mister, this is all wrapped up with tinsel and ribbons. I'm sure the gopher will like it just as well.
But look, I don't want this kind. See, it traps them alive. I want the kind that kills them instantly.
Very well. Yeah, I guess that's the kind. Yeah, here you are.
Yeah, wait, I don't want it like that. I want a gift wrap.
Isn't that kind of silly?
No, never mind that. Just wrap it up.
All right.
Look, not so much red ribbon. Get some more green.
Look, mister, it's Christmas, not St. Patrick's Day. Yeah, here you are.
Thank you. Wait a minute. You forgot to take the card out of the other one and close it in this one.
Can't you put another card on the outside?
No. I want the original card. You see, the one that I had something written on there. So unwrap the first trap. Take the card out and unwrap the second trap. Put the card in. Then rewrap the second trap.
What is this? First you make me wrap the second package. Then you want me to unwrap the first one.
That's right.
You take the card out. Unwrap the second one. Put the card in. More tinsel, more ribbon, not so much red, more green. Unwrap it, rewrap it.
Wait a minute, mister, calm down. Calm down. You get upset too easily. You ought to see a psychiatrist.
I am a psychiatrist!
Look, control yourself.
I'm not going to. I know all about you, Blue Eyes. I know about you and your shoelaces and the plastic tips and the metal tips and the initials on the couplings and the rewrapping and the cartridge.
little late.
Broadcasting from the Veterans Administration Hospital in Long Beach, California, the Lucky Strike program starring Jack Benny, with Mary Livingston, Rochester, Dennis Day, Bob Crosby, and yours truly, Don Wilson. And now, ladies and gentlemen, since our program today comes to you from a hospital, I take great pleasure in bringing you a man who talks like a doctor and walks like a nurse.
What?
Jack Benny!
Well, that's all I've got to say. Well, thank you. Hello again. This is Jack Benny talking. And now, ladies and gentlemen, Don.
Oh, I'm sorry to break up like this, Jack, but that introduction I gave you was so funny, I just can't help laughing.
Oh, you thought it was funny, eh, Don?
Yeah. You're not angry, are you?
No.
Well, I'm glad you're not, because you don't be anything for a laugh.
Yeah.
Talks like a doctor and walks like a nurse. Jack, you sure you're not angry?
Don, now why should I be angry? When you said I talked like a doctor, I was flattered. After all, if I'm a doctor, I'm an MD. MD means more deductions. Which is exactly what you're going to find on your paycheck this week. Now, laugh that one off.
Now, wait a minute, Jack. Every time I say something that strikes me funny, you always...
Don, don't get excited. I'm not going to cut your salary. I only said that to stop you from laughing. See, the way you were shaking, I was afraid Terminal Island would sink another 3 feet. No kidding, fellas. You ever see a stomach as big as Don's? If that thing was filled with toys, every kid in America would be loaded. Hey, Don, if you're such a laughing boy, why is it when I say funny things you don't get hysterical? That was a pretty good joke, you know.
Well, frankly, I fail to see the humor in any platitudes concerning my obesity.
What does that mean?
I don't like being called a big fat slob.
Oh, well, in that case... Oh, hello, Mary.
Hello, Jack. Hiya, fellas.
Well, Mary, I'm certainly glad you got here in time for the show. You know, you had me worried.
Well, I'm sorry, Jack, but I overslept. It took me an hour and 20 minutes to drive down from Beverly Hills.
Oh, you overslept, huh?
Yeah. I've been up late every night this week.
Well, look, Mary, if I told you once, I've told you 1,000 times. If you want to remain a big star, you can't stay up all hours of the night having fun.
Who's having fun? I'm wrapping Christmas packages at May Company.
Oh, yes, the Christmas rush, yeah.
Excuse me a minute, Jack. Oh, Don.
Yes, Mary?
I've got a big surprise for you. Just as I entered the building, I ran into Dr. Komar and Dr. Boers.
No kidding, Mary. Dr. Komar and Dr. Boer, huh?
Who's Dr. Komar? Who's Dr. Boers?
Don, they said that since the operation, they've received honorary mention from the Medical Society.
Ah, gee, that's quite an honor for Dr. Komar and Dr. Boers.
Who's Dr. Komar and who's Dr. Boers?
And you know, Don...
Wait a minute. Who's Dr. Komar and Dr. Boers?
Well, Jack, if you must know, they're the doctors who performed a major abdominal operation on Don.
On Don?
Yes.
Gee, I didn't know Don had a stomach operation, Mary. What did they take out?
They didn't take anything out. They put in a deep freeze.
Now, Mary, before you came in, Don told me that he doesn't like any platitudes concerning his obesity.
What does that mean?
I don't know, Mary, really. I'm quoting.
Oh, Longfellow the poet?
No, Fatfellow the announcer. Now, look, Mary, we came down to entertain the boys here at the Veteran Administration Hospital. So let's not... Oh, excuse me, Mary. Come in.
Here I am, boss.
Rochester. Well, bring it right in, Rochester. We'll set it up here in the corner.
Jack, a Christmas tree.
That's right, Mary. I bought it for the boys here.
Well, Jack, with trees selling for $1.50 a foot, you certainly picked out a nice big one.
Oh, I picked this one out, Miss Livingston. I returned the one that Mr. Benny bought.
Why? Couldn't you get it through the door?
Through the door? You could have gotten that one through the keyhole.
Rochester, do me a favor. Just set the tree up and start trimming it.
Okay. And, boss, if I do a good job, would you give me the rest of the week off? I sort of made arrangements to play Santa this year.
Rochester, you're going to play Santa Claus?
No, Santa Anita.
I should have known. I'm sorry, Rochester, but I'm not giving you any time off to go to the racetrack.
But, boss!
Rochester, don't but boss me. You've been working for me for 12 years, and I've made it a policy never to let you gamble.
Mr. Benny is right, Rochester. It'd be different if you were making a decent salary.
Why, certainly. Now, Rochester, set up the Christmas tree and start trimming it.
Okay. Jingle bells, jingle all the way. Oh, what fun it is to ride in a one-horse open sleigh.
Rochester.
Jingle bells, jingle all the way. If my voice was higher, you would fire Dennis Day.
I would not. Now, Rochester, just hang the ornaments on the tree and be very careful with them because...
Hello, Mary. Hello, Jack. Hiya, fellas.
Bob Crosby. Say, Bob, this is the first time you've been down to the Veterans Hospital in Long Beach. How do you like it?
Oh, it's just wonderful, Jack. You know, this whole place is run just like a great, big, luxurious hotel.
A hotel?
You know, Jack, I ran into a friend of mine who's a patient here, and you should have heard him rave about the service.
No kidding.
Why, he said all you have to do is just yell, and 4 beautiful nurses rush in and wait on you.
No.
Yeah. And he said it doesn't matter when you feel like eating. All you got to do is just press a little buzzer, and the chef comes out, sits on the edge of your bed, and says, "Which would you prefer, boys, filet mignon or crepe Suzette?"
Well, that is service. I don't blame your friend for raving.
Oh, that isn't all. If you feel like a little liqueur or champagne after dinner, why, my friend said all you have to do is just call the wine steward and,
Bob, why'd you stop talking?
Well, that's where my friend stopped. He came out of the ether.
Well, I thought he was exaggerating a little bit. Now, Bob, even though Dennis is going to sing later, I think the boys here would appreciate it if you did a song, too. How about it? Huh?
Well, I've got a song that hasn't anything to do with Christmas, but it's a very big hit right now.
Well, I'm sure they'd like to hear it. Let's have it. That was Bob Crosby singing Don't Let the Stars Get in Your Eyes. And very good, Bob, very good.
Thank you, Jack. Say, do you mind if I ask you something?
Not at all, Bob. What is it?
Well, what would you do if you found out that someone was stealing your jokes and trying to imitate you?
Well, I'd be awfully upset about it. Why do you ask?
Well, I'm in the same predicament. You are? Yeah, there's another singer around. He makes records and everything. Goes out of his way to sound an awful lot like me.
I think I know who you mean. Bob Hope introduced me to him. While they were making that picture, The Road to Redondo. But look, if you're so concerned about this fellow stealing your style, why don't you talk to him?
Well, I did, and he hit me over the head with Gary.
Well, good.
Well, wait a minute, Bob. If you feel that your brother Bing's reputation is hurting you professionally, why don't you change your name?
Say, that's a good idea. Why didn't I think of that before? That's what I'll do. I'll change my name.
What are you going to change it to?
Sam Crosby.
Well, that'll fool everybody. Now, look, Mary.
Oh, boss!
What is it, Rochester?
I'm almost finished trimming the tree. How's it look?
Those ornaments I brought down certainly look nice, but Rochester, the tree doesn't look colorful with just the red ornaments. Put some green ones on now.
There ain't any green ones.
Rochester, I picked out 24 green ones. How come they're all red?
They ripened on the way down. I told you not to use
I can't understand how those tomatoes could ripen so fast. From Beverly Hills to Long Beach is only 40 miles as the crow flies.
That's a 1952 Crow. You got a 1910 Maxwell.
Oh, stop.
Rochester's right, Jack. Why don't you get rid of that old car and buy a new one?
I'll tell you why, Mary. That car has been like an old friend to me. Been with me through rain and shine, through thick and thin, through good times and bad.
Through McKinley and
Coolidge, I know. Very funny, Mary, very funny. I think that was the cleverest line in the show. Don't you think so, Bob? Bob? Sam.
Yes, sir.
Everybody has to be a comedian.
Well, Jack, you've got to admit that Mary got off some beautiful ad-libs today.
I know. She must be trying to impress the girls at the May Company.
May Company? What does he mean, Mary?
Well, Bob, I can't live on what Jack is paying me, so I'm working nights wrapping Christmas gifts.
Oh, no. Now, wait a minute. I don't believe that Jack could be that cheap.
Well, brother, you're in for a shock.
A shock?
Yeah, last night I wrapped the Christmas gift he's sending you.
No kidding, Mary. What'd he get me?
Well, I'm not allowed to tell, Bob. But you unwrap the Christmas package, save the paper. It's the most expensive part.
You nearly loused that joke up good. I thought she'd never get to the end of that one. I don't mind being stingy, but get to it. Now, Bob, believe me, I'm sending you a very... Excuse me. Come in.
Mr. Benny?
Yes?
Mr. Benny, I represent the patients here at the Long Beach Veterans Hospital.
I see.
We understand that when you did a show at an air base, the boys gave you a propeller with their names on it.
Yes, they did.
And when you did a program at a naval base, they gave you a life preserver bearing the signatures of the entire personnel.
That's right.
So we, too, would like to present you with a token of our appreciation.
You would?
Yes. On behalf of the patients here at the Veterans Hospital in Long Beach, I'd like to present you with this autographed bed sheet.
Well, isn't that wonderful? Gee, look at all the names of the boys here. Wait a minute, what's this name here? It looks like Robert Smith. But the Robert is scratched out, and it says Louise.
Yes, the doctors here are as good as the ones in Denmark.
Louise. Well, what do you know? Well, thank you very much for the gift.
You're welcome.
What a thing to present me with, a bed sheet.
Oh, boss!
Yes, Rochester?
I can't reach the top of the tree to put the star on it.
Well, of course you can't reach it. Use the ladder.
But, boss, that ladder's awful wobbly.
Oh, stop being a baby. Give me that star. I'll climb the ladder and put it up myself. There we are. Now all I have to do is lean over...
Jack, the ladder's starting to shake. Look out!
Boss, the tree looks beautiful.
What do you mean the tree looks beautiful? I still got the star in my hand.
I know, but your toupee flew off and caught on the top branch.
My toupee?
Yeah, lots of trees have snow, but this one's got dandruff.
Jack, when you fell off the ladder, did you hurt yourself?
No, darn it.
What do you mean, darn it?
Well, the year's almost up, and I haven't had a chance to use my Blue Cross policy yet. Now, Rochester, set the ladder up again. I'm going to put that...
Oh, that's right, Jack. Your next TV show is the 28th, isn't it?
That's right, next Sunday.
Jack, are you having any guest stars?
Am I having guest stars? Get this, Mary. I'm having Mr. and Mrs. Jimmy Stewart.
Wow, Jimmy Stewart and his wife. Why, Jack, that must cost a fortune.
No, it doesn't, Bob. You see, I made a very good deal. You see, I only hired Jimmy Stewart's wife, and Jimmy is coming on for nothing.
Yeah, but why would he do that?
He doesn't trust me. Anyway, they're going to be with me next Sunday on my TV show, and it's going to... Well, Dennis, it's about time you got here.
Hello, Mr. Benny. Hello, everybody.
Dennis, what made you so late?
Oh, I wasn't late.
What?
I was here all the time, but my mother told me to hide.
Why would your mother tell you to do a thing like that?
She said I like to see the old man worry.
Dennis, what has your mother got against me anyway? Look what I did for you. I made it possible for you to be on radio. Got your jobs in pictures, television. I don't know why your mother's so mad. Why, last summer when I took you to London, I even bought you first-class passage. I'm worse than Mary here. Why, last summer... I'm going to take that line over again. Why, last summer when I took you to London, I even bought you first-class passage.
That's why she's mad at you.
Why, because your ticket was first class?
No, because it was round trip.
Oh, well, Dennis, I don't care if your mother likes me or not. And, kid, if she was listening to the program, I hope she squirmed a little because I had Bob Crosby sing a song.
Who?
Bob Crosby.
Who?
Dennis, don't you remember me?
Oh, Sam!
Yes, Sam. Now, look here, Dennis.
Jack.
Huh?
No wonder Dennis says silly things. You get him excited. You don't know how to handle him.
I guess you're right, Mary.
Of course I'm right. Now look, Dennis. This is the first time you've been here at the Veterans Hospital. So why don't you...
I was here before.
Oh, you were?
Uh-huh. During the war, when I was entering the service, I had to fill out a questionnaire, and after I got through answering all the questions, they sent me down here for an examination, and 3 doctors examined me to see if I was fit for the service.
3 doctors? See, that must have been quite an examination. Did you have to remove all your clothes?
No, they just told me to take off my hat.
Well, that I can believe.
Oh, you know, Mr. Benny, I rode down here with Don Wilson, and he told me a very funny joke. Would you like to hear it?
Well, yes, Dennis, go ahead.
Well, Don said that
Just a second, Dennis. Are you sure you can tell this joke before this mixed audience? You know, Louise is here. Is the joke all right?
Oh, sure, it's a wonderful joke.
Well, what is it?
Well, Don told me that you ought to be a big success at this hospital because you talk like a doctor and walk like a nurse.
Dennis, I'm glad you repeated that joke because if I'm a doctor, that makes me an MD. MD stands for Morton Downey, who may be singing on the program next week.
Oy vey.
So watch it.
Oh, boss!
Oh, yes, Roger. Oh, is that you, oy vey?
Oh, boss!
Oh! Yes, Rochester.
I got the lights on the tree. Should I turn them on?
Not yet. Hey, kids, Rochester's ready to light up the tree. Let's all gather around.
Oh, yeah, let's see it, Jess.
Now, okay, Rochester, plug in the lights.
Yes, sir.
The wires must be crossed.
Well, something must be crossed. The tomatoes lit up.
Rochester, try it again.
Yes, sir. Oh, here's the trouble, boss. There's a bare wire right by the socket.
Well, don't stand there. Fix it.
Who, me?
Yes, you.
Boss, I ain't fooling around with electricity.
Oh, Rochester, imagine being afraid of electricity. Supposing Robert Fulton was afraid. He never would have invented the electric light. Would he?
Jack, you're thinking of Thomas Edison.
Edison? Well, then what did Robert Fulton do?
He wrote, I saw Mommy kissing Santa Claus.
Oh, yes. Now, Rochester, please fix these lights.
Okay. Now, let me see now. In electricity, there's the electrons and the electrodes. And then there's the positive and the negative. But I ain't positive which one is negative. Then there's the atoms. Now, the atoms are supposed to go from the positive to the negative. Or maybe they go from the electrons to the electrodes. then again, maybe they go from Long Beach to Wilmington.
Rochester.
Now, as long as these atoms keep passing each other, everything is all right. But when they meet halfway and start fighting, they're going to turn on anybody who tries to butt in.
Rochester, I'm not interested in the scientific details. I just want you to fix those lights. And you've got nothing to be afraid of because while you're fixing it, no one is going to plug it in and no one is going to turn on the switch.
Oh, I know, boss. While I'm holding the bare wire, you ain't going to turn on the switch, and Miss Livingston ain't going to turn on the switch.
Of course not.
But way up there at Boulder Dam, there's a little man sitting in a room all alone with thousands of wires around him.
So what?
How do I know he ain't going to do something just to break the monotony?
Rochester, you can stop with the joke.
Jack!
What?
Look, the lights went on.
Oh, yes. Who fixed the wire?
I did, Jack.
Well, isn't that beautiful? Look how pretty the lights are. Oh, Dennis.
Yes, Mr. Benny?
Now that the tree is lit up and the boys here in the hospital are waiting to hear you sing, would you like to do some Christmas carols?
I sure would, Mr. Benny.
All right, go ahead. Ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of my sponsor and my entire staff, I want to wish you all a very Merry Christmas.
Transcribed, this is the CBS Radio Network.